You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you, and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are almost to the weekend. We appreciate you joining us here, but we still have a lot of ground to cover today, and some of it fun stuff too. So we hope you enjoy it over the next 4.5 hours as we live stream with you today. I want to let you know some of the ground that we are going to be covering in this next little bit. Coming up around 11:45, we're going to go talk about the actually two new ticket offers for Florida residents who are looking to go to the Disney theme parks. So a couple of different options. We're going to break those down for you, what you need to know about them, plus how to make the most of that. So Theron White, the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, is going to join us and tell us everything we need to know to take advantage of those ticket offers if you are looking to spend a couple of days at the Disney theme parks. At 11:30, we are going to check in with Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union in Florida Today. A lot to talk about with football and Florida teams, starting with the University of Miami. What a game last night in the Fiesta Bowl out of Arizona. A huge win for the Canes over Ole Miss, and they're now heading to the national championship. Going to be playing for that in Miami, of all places, of course. How awesome is that? So a lot of excitement for Miami. Can they do it? Likely going to be facing Indiana, but Indiana and Oregon play tonight. So we'll be talking about that. We're also going to be talking about some new developments in the NFL with Florida's football teams, including the Miami Dolphins. They've hired a new GM, still looking for a head coach. Who could some of those names be? And the Jags, of course, preparing for a big AFC wildcard matchup this weekend at home against the Buffalo Bills. So we will talk about that coming up in just a little bit. Governor Ron DeSantis was in Bartow earlier today. He's talking about a Healthy Florida First initiative. So we will take you there, and certainly I'll let you know about what he was talking about with Dr. Joseph Ladapo, the Florida Surgeon General. The First Lady of Florida, Casey DeSantis, was there as well, and the Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. So a full house at that news conference just a little bit ago, and we will take you there. Senator Ashley Moody was speaking along the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas earlier today, so you're going to hear her remarks as well as Congressman Darren Soto, who spoke on Capitol Hill in a news conference today about the U.S. policy when it comes to Venezuela. So a lot going on. We've got a lot of ground to cover. And one of the first things that we are looking at today is following up on the big announcement yesterday that Crew 11 is going to be coming home early. That is because of a sickness that one of the members of the crew on board the ISS is dealing with. So they're making this kind of unprecedented decision to bring the astronauts home early because of this medical condition or issue that someone is dealing with. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more on what we know and the decision that's been made.
Good morning. NASA hasn't released any details as to what this medical issue could be, but we do know it was enough of an issue to push up the return date for this crew by nearly a month. NASA's administrator made the announcement yesterday, saying the medical issue happened on Wednesday. Crew 11 launched from the Space Coast back in August. They were supposed to be on the ISS until mid-February, but because of this update, they will now be coming home sometime within the next couple of days. We don't know which astronauts suffered the medical issue, but we were told it was not related to anything wrong with the space station itself. We do know that astronauts Zena Cardman and Mike Fink were on board, along with counterparts from Japan and Russia. This will be the first time in NASA's history that crew members leave the ISS early for medical reasons.
NASA astronauts and our teams in mission control and our professionals who train for every possible scenario at every step of the mission, including moments just like this. I'm proud of the swift effort across the agency thus far to ensure the safety of our astronauts, and I know NASA and our commercial partners will successfully bring Crew 11 safely home.
We're expecting an update from NASA within the next 48 hours with exact updates on when this crew is expected back. For now, I'll send it back to you in studio.
And that was Amanda this morning. I mean, those updates, you'll hear more from Jared Isaacman coming up in a little bit. We'll play you more of that news conference where he talked about the decision to bring them home. But what happens when you're sick in space? I mean, we talked about this really kind of being an unprecedented situation, that there is a situation this serious that they need to bring home the crew earlier. A former astronaut, Captain Winston Scott, was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk more about what might precipitate an action like this, what kind of medical options are on board and available on the ISS, and why the decision was made to bring these astronauts home. Interesting conversation with Captain Scott earlier today on GDO.
I found this so fascinating, right? Because this is the first time something like this has happened. And so having said that, what kind of medical issue could be this important that they're bringing them back early?
It's really interesting because NASA is saying that the crew member is stable, which means to me that they're not getting worse, but they're also not getting better. If it were a very, very bad situation, say, for example, somebody had appendicitis or severe heart attack, that would be an emergency deorbit and come home. But this is not emergency, so it's serious enough that they need to bring the person home to get the medical attention they need, but it's not an emergency. You know, I was thinking of some issues that might fall in this category. And a couple of them that come to mind could be something having to do with cardiac condition, not a severe heart attack, but remember the heart works differently up there than it does down here. So suppose a crew member developed heart arrhythmia or something like that that could not be treated. You could stabilize that, bring the person home. Also, there could be some kind of gastrointestinal situation that could develop, something having to do with the digestive system, because your body changes, the chemistry changes, the distribution of fluids changes. So something like that could be stabilized on orbit, but maybe not get better. That's another one. Circulation. When you're in space, all the fluids in your body move upward. The fluid distribution is different in the body. So you could have some issues having to do with circulation, maybe some issues having to do with renal, with urine, and with retaining food. So there are a number of things that come to my non-medically trained mind that would facilitate bringing the crew home early, but does not require an emergency deorbit.
Captain, how do you go about doing that pivot that quickly, you know, with something like this? You have to, you know, set everything up for them to come home a month early. That is challenging. What sort of goes into making all of that work to say, okay, you know, here's the date and here's the time and here's when we're going to come back?
Well, NASA is always poised to bring the crew home early if necessary. Remember, we have two quote-unquote lifeboats. We have on the American side, so to speak, the Crew Dragon, which can accommodate 4 people. On the Russian side, you have the Russian Soyuz. So an emergency deorbit can be done at any time at all. Anything less than that gives you time to stabilize and think it through. In this case, they evaluated the emergency situation, they evaluated the medical situation, stabilized the person. Now they have several days to plan on the deorbit. And it really doesn't matter too much minute to minute when they bring this person home in this case, because they can plan for it. But my point is NASA's always ready to handle situations like this where you abort a mission, bring them home early or whatever. It's part of the culture of NASA. It's part of being able to safely operate in the realm of space.
And I find that fascinating because what kind of medical training, right, do these astronauts have before they go up into orbit, and what kind of medical options are there on board? Is there things like medicine and things like that on board that they can use and that they are trained to use in a case like this?
Absolutely. In fact, they do have medicines on board. And in my case, for example, on my first space shuttle flight, we had a medical doctor on the crew, so naturally that person became the medical officer. And he, in consultation with the flight surgeons on the console, could administer medicines to us if necessary. My second flight, and this is similar to the space station, we did not have a trained doctor, so our commander became the medical officer, and that person was trained to administer shots, so on. We all are trained in conducting CPR, and CPR is a little bit different in space than it is down here. We all are trained in taking blood pressure and giving the readings to the medical doctor on console. There is a medical kit on board. I use the word kit lightly, but there are medicines on board that can be administered to the crew. And again, this would be done under the guidance of the flight surgeon on console. So all of these things have been accounted for. We all receive a certain amount of basic medical training. If you're lucky enough to have a doctor, then you have more extensive training.
Gotcha. We were kind of joking about, well, they couldn't have caught the flu or a cold or something because everybody's in quarantine before they go up there, and right? So I mean, as far as germs flying around, that wouldn't be that.
Probably not, because if germs were flying around, the whole crew would be sick.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
What's been told us is that only one person perhaps is ill, so it can't be something that's contagious. It more than likely is not something that they brought up from the ground, because as you said, they were in quarantine. It has to be something that affected that individual. And then again, it could be vestibular, could be something with a balance system. Your inner ear, the fluids in space in the inner ear sort of float around. And if a person is not able to stabilize himself or herself, it could jeopardize a mission. It's not life-threatening, it's not emergency, but it could jeopardize a mission. You might need to bring them home. Even though you don't walk in space, you still have to balance yourself. Airplanes fly and they have to be balanced. In space, we still have to balance. We have to orient ourselves. We have to use hand-eye coordination. So the inner ear is as important in space as it is here on Earth. So there are all kinds of fascinating things that happen to the human body when we go up there. And as you can see, we're always encountering new events. And unfortunately, this new one is a medical situation that we're going to have to deal with.
So we will stay tuned today for updates on when they might be bringing Crew 11 home. We'll let you know as soon as we find out. Also in other space news, let's give you a live look right now. Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station here in Florida. A live look from our Launch Credit Union camera there. And SpaceX is efforting a launch this afternoon of 29 Starlink satellites. The launch window opens at 1:03 p.m. This was originally scheduled for yesterday. They punted it to today because of some technical issues that were going on. And so that launch now scheduled for this afternoon. We will bring that to you live here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now on this Friday morning, and getting ready to head into the weekend. And Really hoping things kind of cooperate for the forecast.
It's going to be very Florida-like for the next
Good.
several days. We're in sort of this like fake spring, and fake spring has an expiration date, and that is going to be the end of next week.
We don't like to hear that.
Yeah, it's going to get cold again. So when you see this forecast, soak it in if you like the 80s. It won't be cold forever, but we'll have some cold mornings by the end of next week. First off, though, we're launching into the weekend here, and we've got a launch scheduled for shortly after 1 p.m. this afternoon. It's 76 in Titusville right now, and they're giving it about a 95% chance for go weather-wise. There's a group of meteorologists at Patrick Space Force Base that are tasked on making these launch forecasts. Now, this was the launch that was scheduled for yesterday, but it was scrubbed for technical reasons. Today, it's a 1:03 p.m. slated launch for some Starlink satellites heading up onto orbit on a Falcon 9. 74 in Daytona right now. Beautiful shot there from the beach, the Hard Rock Hotel camp. Around the region today, we're going to warm up into the 80s across the board. 84 in Bushnell and Claremont. Claremont 82, 83 in the Villages, Ocala, Gainesville looking nice. It'll be a little cooler on the East Coast, just by a few degrees, just by virtue of the fact that the ocean is a little cooler right now. It's closer to 70 degrees, so any kind of a breeze off the Atlantic makes it a little cooler, but it's still just going to be really, really pleasant. Now, in the big picture, we've got a front that's situated across the south, and that's producing some severe weather this morning across Mississippi and soon into Alabama. And that system is going to be the one that brings us the first of several cold fronts for next week. This arrives on Sunday, probably Sunday afternoon after a warm Sunday. We'll catch a few showers, certainly nothing severe, hard pressed to find a thunderstorm. As this moves through, though, it's going to kind of stall across South Florida, and that combined with some upper level energy will provide the setup for some showers beginning next week for an unsettled middle and end of the week. And ultimately, we may see this all kind of come together with an enhancement of sorts, with a reinforcing cold front making the rain a little bit heavier, potentially Thursday, and then that sweeping front moves through, and that will be the thing that drives in some winter air for a few days. Early indications suggest that by next Friday morning, we may be in the 20s across the I-10 corridor and the 30s in Orlando, warming up to the 50s for highs on Friday of next week. So we'll see. It's about 7 days away. It could change a little bit. But we're going to wake up tomorrow to temperatures a little cooler in spots, certainly, between 50 and 60 degrees. We're going to top out, though, about 83 degrees for Saturday, 80 on Sunday. The really cold weather doesn't come in until once we get into the day Monday. Monday, about 69 degrees. It's still going to be nice, about 73 Tuesday. It'll be after the rain Wednesday and Thursday that we catch that wintry air. Now, it's not going to last forever, but it does look like a couple days will be on the chilly side. So it's just a reminder that it is, in fact, January. It's not April, but certainly over the next 3 days, you'd never know it with high temperatures that'll be running at least 10 to 12 degrees warmer than normal.
Yeah, so enjoy it. Like you said, get out there this weekend. Enjoy those warmer temperatures that we've got. And also hydrate and prepare if you're here for the Walt Disney World Marathon weekend.
Right, I was going to say, what a novelty for folks up north coming down to enjoy the marathon, but at the same time, it's almost a little too warm.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind it being a little cooler. In fact, my marathon is in just a couple of weeks in celebration, and hoping it is going to be a little bit cooler for
Amazing.
that.
But not too cold, right?
But not too cold. There's a happy medium there.
Goldilocks.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Very particular. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks, Garrett.
Going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Here's a live look. Beautiful view today from our downtown Orlando camera. Just look at the colors, the birds flying around. Beautiful shot out there on this Friday morning. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. on this Friday morning. Just a little bit ago, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus held a news conference on Capitol Hill talking about the president's recent military actions in Venezuela. One of the members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus is Congressman Darren Soto, a Democrat from Florida's 9th District, the Kissimmee area, and he spoke briefly at that news conference. This obviously coming just after yesterday, the Senate advanced a resolution that would limit the president's actions in Venezuela. That's the War Powers Act that we talked about, brought you even some of that vote live yesterday here on Fox 35 News Plus. That advanced. It now faces another vote in the Senate, so we will see what happens with this. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus in the House says they've reached an official position now regarding Venezuela, saying Nicolas Maduro was not a legitimate leader. They support a free and democratic future for Venezuela, but also don't want a future war conflict. Here's Congressman Soto's remarks from just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill.
In Central Florida, we have many Venezuelan Americans and refugees. Central Floridians celebrated together when Maduro was captured. He was a violent dictator that stole his recent election. But many were surprised when one dictator was replaced by another. Even worse, the Trump administration canceled TPS, temporary protective status, and many Venezuelans are still being deported. The administration talked about asylum, yet they're deporting people from the courthouse and not respecting asylum claims. We oppose further military action without congressional authorization. You'll hear that throughout from all the CHC. The current U.S. oil embargo must be used to ensure free and fair elections as soon as possible. Congress must continue to put pressure on the administration towards this goal. The Hispanic Caucus stands in solidarity with the Venezuelan people, and we will work towards a free Venezuela once again.
That was Congressman Soto and what he had to say just a little bit ago. Give you a live look right now. I-4 through Lake Mary. This is the view from our tower that sits high above our station here in Lake Mary. You can see traffic moving along pretty well, even though the camera looks a little bit out of focus. May have to work on fixing that for this afternoon. But we are tracking a story out of Seminole County where this weekend many of the fixed links bus routes in Seminole County are going away. They're moving in favor of a different transportation system, those scout vans and buses that you may have seen around, the smaller kind of passenger vans instead of those buses that we've seen going around for years. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more on what people need to know about those changes in Seminole County.
In just 2 days, bus stops like this one, they're going to be a thing of the past. The bus route, the buses, they're going to be gone, and here's the sign to prove it. We first told you about this earlier this week, but now this route will be taken away on Sunday, and there's a reason for this. The county has invested in a new form of transportation called scout vans. They operate like ride shares at a discounted rate, and they've become so popular, they've almost replaced traditional bus routes. So that's why the city and the county is investing in this. The county is investing in 35 of these vans, and they just bought 7 more. They'll be out on the road in about a month. The door-to-door service started back in October. The cheapest ride is $4 and the most expensive is $14. Starting January 11th, 8 bus routes like this one will be canceled, mainly across Sanford and Lake Mary. There will also be some route changes across Seminole and Orange County. We heard from one Seminole County commissioner earlier this week on ways to catch the new ride.
There are 2 different ways to get one of the Scout buses, little vans. They're adorable little electric vehicles to come to pick you up wherever you are and take you wherever it is you want to go. So you can download the app. It's Freebie is the name of the app, and or you can call. If you're someone who is not really used to using an app on a phone, you can do it the old school way and pick up the phone and call to schedule a ride.
And if you're wondering if your bus stop is going to be impacted by all this, just go to your local bus stop and check if it has this sign. If it doesn't have this sign, you won't be impacted. I'll send it back to you in studio.
So a lot of good things to know there about those changes coming to Seminole County. Give you a live look right now. You can see Spaceship Earth at Epcot on this Friday morning. We know the parks are probably buzzing out there today. We know they were certainly busy this morning. It is Walt Disney World Marathon weekend. Started with the 5K yesterday, the 10K this morning, the half marathon tomorrow, and then the full marathon on Sunday. Some folks may be doing that dopey challenge where they're doing all of them. Good luck to you, all those runners out there. Fox 35's Marley Capper was out at the finish line for the 10K earlier today and brings us more.
Monty and I actually did the wine and dine run 10K, so I had to bring out my shirt from October. And so it's a similar track. It's so cool. You get to go kind of a back way on the road where you normally drive on the highway, and then you cut through the back of Epcot, go around the world. It's super fun. So if that's the same route, they've had a lot of fun today. But yes, people are showing up in insane costumes. I've seen lots of Maleficents this run. I've seen a lot of Chippendale. Obviously, it's the Chippendale 10K. I've seen Shrek and Fiona are right over here to our left and right. We're seeing lots of characters, super creative costumes, which I love to see. All right, let's go talk to some people. Hi, guys. How are y'all? How are you guys feeling?
Oh, so good. It's the best weekend of the year.
Okay, tell me about your costumes.
We are the Fab Five.
Yeah, we are the Fab Five as detectives.
Oh,
I love
it. Daisy.
Daisy, I love it. Okay, I see. I love the costumes. Is this your guys' first run?
No, we've done 3 dopies. This is our 4th one.
Oh my gosh, so you have a half marathon tomorrow and then a marathon tomorrow.
Correct.
I'm asking everybody, like, how do you, like, what's going on in your brain? How do you do this?
A whole lot of nothing but vibes and serotonin. That's about it. Yeah, a whole lot of nothing.
Sugar.
Yeah.
How long have you trained? Not a lot? I don't know.
Yeah.
We've trained.
This is our 3rd time doing it, so we feel like we have a really good, a mental game plan for it.
We did wine and dine, so, we kind of just trained the whole time.
Are you guys family?
We are.
Yes.
Mother, daughter.
Okay, did you just, like, pass on this gene to that? Like, why didn't I get this cool gene to just rip a marathon? Okay. This is so much fun. Are you guys, like, having fun today? How was the course?
It was good. It was a great little course. A lot of characters, a lot of photo paths.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And then was it, like, through around the world? You guys got to take a lap?
Yes. Yeah.
What was your guys' favorite, like, character to see?
I had to see Goofy today because I'm repping Goofy, so.
They had Meet the Robinsons out there, which is my favorite. Oh, fun!
We got to see Donald and Daisy, so it's characters for what we dressed as.
Amazing. Well, good luck, Godspeed for you guys. I would love a friendship bracelet. I'm a Taylor Swift girly. Thank you. If you could pause over here, I'd love to get a selfie with you guys. Sorry, I'm going to break the rules a little bit. But it has been so much fun out here today. They are so excited. I've met so many people who are doing literally the 5K, 10K, half marathon, and marathon. I wish I had that gene. Hello, everybody. It's great to see you guys. This is an incredible time, you guys.
Big crowds out there every day this weekend for the race. And again, good luck if you are competing. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back in just 2 minutes. So keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let's talk a little football because there is a lot to talk about when it comes to Florida's football teams at the professional level and at the college level. And it may not be Monday morning, but let's bring in our friend Tim Walters. We're not Monday morning quarterback in here, Tim, but Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, joining us on this special Friday segment because there's just so much to talk about, Tim.
Yeah, there is Friday morning quarterbacking. We can relabel it. That's fine.
There we go. It doesn't quite, have a ring to it, but we'll make it work one way or another. And let's start with that game last night. University of Miami, the Hurricanes playing Ole Miss last night in that one, and they have punched their ticket to a national championship. And what a fourth quarter in that game.
Yeah, I mean, just through the first half, it was nice and tight, and right there before the half, they doink that field goal off the off the post there. I love the sound that makes, regardless of what team gets that. But then, yeah, you're coming down to the fourth quarter, and it's 17-16, Miami leads, and then Ole Miss gets the field goal. Then you get the big play where Miami retakes the lead, Malachi Toney on the 36-yard reception. Then when Ole Miss takes the lead again with, about 3 and change left, I think it was 3:13, you're thinking to yourself, that's too much time for Miami. Miami then goes down, scores on that keeper by Carson Beck. And then Ole Miss gets the ball back with like 18 seconds. And I mean, they get 40 yards and then they get a chance at the end zone. And, ultimately they don't get it. But it was just that was a nail biter. That fourth quarter was like watching Rocky and Apollo Creed go at it. I mean, it was so awesome. And that's just the start of it, with a game tonight and then leading into the NFL. So it's great.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Tonight, Indiana and Oregon, and that national championship going to be played in Miami. So that's even cooler for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, basically a de facto home game, right? They're going to have plenty of advantage. I don't know how the Indiana contingent travels, but Oregon, that's about a 2,800-mile trip for those who may want to come from Oregon should they win. The storylines for either would be great. Indiana, the Cinderella story, could be the first 16-0 team in the history of college football. You got Miami, who almost was left out of the dance, even though they won a head-to-head with Notre Dame, which ultimately got them in there, and now they've rolled through the playoffs. And then if they play Oregon, if Miami plays Oregon, you have, their coach versus his old team. So either way, but I think ultimately Indiana is probably going to pull this one out. And then that's going to set up January 18th, Miami and Indiana. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm with you there. Now let's talk NFL here and some news coming out this morning about the Miami Dolphins finding a GM. And this comes just a day after announcing the firing of head coach Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, we had this news pretty early today. We also own the Palm Beach Post, and the two reporters there, Joe Shad, who's one of the most seasoned writers, and Hal Habib, who's been there for 40-something years with the Dolphins. They, they've had some great information about this. So if you want to read all of it, again, that's PalmBeachPost.com. But the Dolphins, they bring in John Eric Sullivan. He was with the Green Bay Packers. He was the vice president of player personnel, and so he's taking over for Chris Greer. He was there for 10 years. He maybe got some people think a few extra years that he shouldn't have gotten. Now, one thing that Joe and Hal point out is that Alexander does have connections with free agent coach John Harbaugh, so maybe that's something that they're hoping will sway it. He's also the son of a longtime NFL coach, guy named Jerry Sullivan, who was once the Dolphins wide receivers coach. So again, you've got some ties there. But for me, great that they have a GM in place, but it's going to be hard really getting the best candidate for the Dolphins job. There are 8 NFL job openings right now, and quite honestly, Garrett, the way I see it, that this may be the least desirable of those 8 jobs. I have a ranking if you want me to give those.
Yeah, I would love to hear it, Tim, because it has become an interesting thing to watch as more and more teams create those openings, and the Dolphins being the last one.
Yeah, now, first and foremost, a lot of teams obviously want John Harbaugh, and as I said, there are 8 openings. He's already heard from 9 teams, which tells me that maybe the Jets could be the 9th, even though they kept Aaron Glenn. But I'm going to rank my 8 job openings right now. And like I said, I think the Dolphins is the 8th out of 8. I mean, you've got all of that dead cap money. If you cut Tua before June 1st, you are on the hook for $99.2 million, which just absolutely crushes your ability in free agency. So, Quinn Ewers, he showed a little life. You've still got Devon Chan. I'm a big fan of his, but that's what you have there. The seventh most desirable job, I go with the Cardinals. Look, Kyler Murray's been a bust, but you've still got Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr. So I think that, those are kind of the lower tier jobs. The Browns, you've actually got a little hope in the Browns just because that Deshaun Watson contract, that comes off the books after next year. Shadur Sanders looked pretty good. And of course, you've got Myles Garrett, who's a monster. So that's number 6 on my list. I go number 5 with the Raiders. Look, you've got Brock Bowers, who's amazing. You've got Ashton Genty, pretty good year this year. And they've got the number 1 pick, which very well could be Fernando Mendoza. Then I look at the Falcons. Kirk Cousins looked resurrected. Michael Penix. You've got some good receivers, a good tight end. So I think that's a middling job. I like the Titans job. I think that, coming in and getting Cam Ward, boy, he looked good toward the end of the season. Shame he got hurt against the Jaguars there. Of course, they have that monster on defense. So, to me, the Titans, that's a good job. But then after that, the Giants, number 2, Jackson Dart, Malik Neighbors will be back. You hope Cam Scattaboo is going to be back. I think there are a lot of favorable things. And then, of course, the Ravens. You've got Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry. There's a lot going for them. So that's kind of my rankings there for the NFL jobs. And unfortunately, Miami pretty low on the list, mainly because of that Tua contract.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Tim, let's talk about Tampa Bay, because they did not get rid of their head coach, but did make a lot of other moves.
They did, yeah. In fact, I hate to be a reader of news here, but just for all of the names, you've got, they fired their special teams coordinator, their quarterbacks coach, their defensive line coach, Charlie Strong, former University of Florida, Miami and USF guy. He's been all around. Their cornerbacks coach, and they had an offensive consultant who retired, another safeties coach retired. So they really just absolutely cleaned house. Now, part of the hard thing for the Buccaneers this year is, their offensive coordinator who's out. He was the 4th offensive coordinator, Josh Grizzard, in 4 years. Now, you think about it, last year, Liam Cohen was their offensive coordinator, coach of the Jaguars playoff team. And now you've got 2 years ago, it was Dave Canales, coach of the Panthers playoff team. Before that, it was Byron Leftwich. Now you've got Grizzard. So next year is going to be their 5th offensive coordinator in 5 years. You need a little stability there for Baker Mayfield. You have the making still of a great offense with him, Mike Evans, a young Bucky Irving. They need to improve their line a little bit. But I think that ultimately they'll be fine. But they do got to find the right guy, because if not, this is going to be, it next year, and then they'll be having their head coaching search. So.
Yeah, going to be interesting to watch what happens with that. Now let's talk Jags, because they are in the playoffs and getting ready for a big home matchup this weekend against the Bills in the AFC wildcard round.
Yeah, and the Bills come in 1.5-point favorites. I have some great facts on this. Obviously, being the Times Union, we cover the Jaguars, so I get to read all of my great reporters' stuff. Demetrius Henry, Ryan O'Halloran, Gary Smits, all of these guys. Justin Lewis, myself. We all write about the Jaguars, and so you get all of these great pieces of info. So first you start with the Jags and Bills have played in the playoffs twice ever. The Jaguars are 2-0, some might be surprised about that. In fact, some people might not remember this. One of those playoff wins was Jim Kelly's final game, and then a few years later, one of their playoff wins was against the Dolphins, Dan Marino's final game. The people may not realize the Jaguars retired both Jim Kelly and Dan Marino. But anyhow, so other current storylines that you want to look at. The Jaguars have the number 1 run defense in the league. The Bills have the number 1 run offense. So essentially, you have to stop James Cook. Now, look what they did against Jonathan Taylor. He should have been your league leader in rushing until he ran into the Jaguars twice in the last month of the season. They held him to 74 and 70 yards. If they do that to Cook, then I just don't see the Bills being able to win a slugfest. Josh Allen, of course, is great, but his best receiver this year, Khalil Shakir, he had, 715 or so yards receiving. That's not a good thing, especially when you're going against the team that had the second most takeaways in the league. So the Jaguars, I really like them at home. I like that they've got, that kind of defense. And then let's say, Garrett, it comes down to the field goal. You've got a weapon who all you got to do is get to the 50. And Cam Little can make you a 65, 70-yarder. Now, a lot of people don't realize that the Bills kicker, Matt Prater, he once held the NFL record at a 62-yarder, but he also made that when he was 29. He's now 41, and he's injured, so they had to sign a backup kicker. So if it comes down to that aspect, but it's going to be Chamber of Commerce Nice in Jacksonville on Sunday, 1 p.m. It's 68 degrees at game time. All the fans watching in Buffalo and their 15 feet of snow are going to be so jealous of what the Bills are getting, and they want their team to win, but I think that the Jaguars ultimately will take this one.
It should be a good one. We should mention UCF alum Matt Prater. So unfortunately, unfortunate that he is hurt. But yeah, I mean, Cam Little having a kicker like that in the playoffs, that can totally be the difference between a playoff win and loss. I mean, how many times have we seen these games come down to kicks? And when you've got someone like that, that's a helpful weapon.
Yeah, and with Cam Little, I wrote about him earlier this week after he made that long field goal, because he was 129 for 129 on extra points in college. He made all of them in his rookie season last year, and he only missed 2 field goals all of last year, both over 50 yards. This year, he hit a slump early in the season. He missed 4 field goals before their break. And so he was and he missed his first extra point ever at any level. So he was really down on himself. They come out of the Rams game where he missed a field goal and the extra point, and he goes back home to Arkansas, where him and his dad go to his high school field where he grew up kicking balls, and his dad just did like they did as a kid. They just played and talked and kicked footballs. And whatever his dad said to him, I mean, talk about igniting a fire. I believe since he came back from the break, he's 40 for 40 on extra points. And he's perfect. I think he's 20 for 20 on field goals. But here's the thing. Right after that break, they play the Oakland Raiders. He comes out of Arkansas to go play in Las Vegas, and he kicks the record 68-yard field goal in his first game back, where people in the break were saying, should they sign another kicker? What's wrong with Cam Little? Comes back, sets the NFL record, and then to close the season at home in Jacksonville, he kicks the second longest kick ever, 67 yards, but it was the longest ever outdoors, 67 yards. And remember, there also in Jacksonville is where he kicked the 70-yarder in preseason, which is the longest kick made on record at any level at any time. So just incredible what Cam Little has done.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's wild. Tim Walters, sports editor of the Florida Times-Union in Florida today. We appreciate you joining us and talking a lot of football with us on this Friday.
Yeah, I look forward to it, and hopefully we'll be back talking about Jaguars and Hurricanes wins next time I see you.
All right, we'll see you soon. Thanks, Tim. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now, Spaceship Earth at Epcot on this Friday morning. And this comes as Disney announcing this week some new ticket deals just for Florida residents. So we wanted to tell you all about those, what you need to know about them, and how you can make the most of those. So we want to bring in Theron White. He's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, joining us live now via Zoom. Theron, we appreciate you joining us today. Some exciting news here.
Yeah, Happy New Year, and I am always excited to be able to join and talk about this. For Florida residents, this is a great deal.
So let's start by talking about the Discover Disney ticket offer. What all does that include, and what do people need to know about it?
So it's actually a better deal than I feel like Disney usually does. It doesn't require you to skip Magic Kingdom. You don't have to do it back to back to back, and you can pick a 3-day or a 4-day. There's even upgrade options. So for $271.58 after tax, you can get a 4-day Disney ticket. Those are going to go from January 12th to May 16th. You can spend 2 days at Magic Kingdom, 1 day at Epcot, 1 day at Hollywood Studios. You can mix it up. You can go to all 4 parks. It's actually very, very flexible, which is what I think makes this such a great deal. And for about $255 before tax, that's a lot cheaper than it is to visit the parks anyway. I mean, we're looking at about $64 for if you get the 4-day. You're looking at $79 if you're going to get the 3-day. The pricing of those two is so close that I would push you to do all 4, because I mean, you're $20 away from an extra day at Disney World. And I just think that it's a really, really great option.
What about the Park Hopper add-on? Do you think that would make sense to do for someone, or does it just make more sense just to do the 4-day ticket as it is?
That's totally up to how you think you want to use your vacation. So there's some people that they just want to go to one park. They want to have a full immersive day. But if you're someone that wants to maximize your time and you want to get that Park Hopper option, because it's just $40, you could go to Disney's Animal Kingdom in the morning and spend all day there and do their attractions. And because Animal Kingdom closes early, you could use that Park Hopper and transfer over to Magic Kingdom and still have numerous hours inside of the park. As you know, they've got their new Starlight Parade. It's their nighttime parade. They've also got their fireworks shows. So you could really maximize your day if you wanted to do the Park Hopper, or if you say, look, I just want to stay at one park for the day, then maybe you don't need to spend that extra money. I think it definitely comes down to how crazy of a vacationer you are. I like to use every possible second that the parks give me. So for me, it might work out, but maybe you don't want to be able to spend all that time, especially if you have younger kids and you kind of need a break at the end of a day.
And theme park reservations are required, but you don't have to visit all of the parks. You can use one of your days at a park multiple times.
That is absolutely correct. And when I just checked right before this interview, I went and saw Disney's kind of options of what they had. As of right now, when we're saying this, there is not a single day that you cannot visit. Every day for every single park was open. So if you go and buy this ticket, you should be able to pick if you want to go to Magic Kingdom on a Saturday, if you want to go to Epcot on a Tuesday, it doesn't matter. You can also go to Epcot in the morning. If you have the Park Hopper, you can jump to Magic Kingdom. Or if you didn't give that, go to Epcot in the morning, leave, go to your house, come back later that day and be able to still enjoy Epcot at that park. And what's great is during this time leading up until May, Disney's going to be reopening a lot of their attractions. They've been working to do a lot of updates for some of their rides, specifically over at Magic Kingdom. And they've got some things that are on the way. And so it's great that you can not only just have this, but you are walking into a park that's getting some new options. Not every new thing that's coming out this year will be within this window, but a lot of great updates specifically for Magic Kingdom are on the way.
What are some of those things that we're going to be seeing during that window?
We're going to be getting a return of Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin. That is a classic Magic Kingdom attraction. That ride is going to be reopening with a new animatronic. It's also going to have a different bit of gameplay. So if you ever shot at those targets, it's kind of hard to tell, am I shooting that target? I don't know if the red laser is exactly right for me. Disney understands that. So the new guns, the new blasters that they're using in the targets is going to make that a lot easier for you to be able to understand, which is great not only for kids but for adults, because sometimes you don't exactly know. So they are fixing that one. They're also going to be bringing back Big Thunder Mountain Railroad with some additional magic. Disney has not said exactly what that's going to be, but they're re-updoing the track. They're adding some special effects. And so because of that, if you love Big Thunder Mountain, you're going to go on a ride that's a little bit smoother, some more effects, and I think there's some surprises that they're pulling over from Disneyland, but they have not yet confirmed that. We've also got over at Epcot, the Frozen Ever After attraction. They're going to be updating some of those animatronics to be a little bit better. They had, if you've ever been on that, like projection faces. Cool at the time, but Disney realized that wasn't the best idea, so they're going to be using some of the tech that they've recently added over into Hong Kong Disneyland and Disneyland Paris. So we're even getting an updated version of that over at Epcot.
And then have some of the festivals going on as well too at Epcot that folks can take advantage of and explore.
Exactly. Yes. The Festival of the Arts is starting very, very soon. I personally love this festival. We've got the Disney on Broadway stars that are there. We've got specialty food items and things you can go and check out, as well as local and international artists. But my all-time favorite time of year, by far, is the Flower and Garden Festival at Epcot. It is gorgeous. It's stunning. I wish it looked that beautiful all year long. And there is a long window for you to be able to use that with that ticket. So you could go there and just have a wonderful day at Epcot, eat some snacks, enjoy the flowers, or Festival of the Arts. Or you could spend all 4 tickets at Epcot. That's what I really like about this, is this ticket really is not restricted. We've seen in the past that Disney's done discounts where they're like, look, you can't go on a Saturday. You can't go to Magic Kingdom. You have to do this. You have to use these parks. And that's where I think that this Discover Disney deal is a lot better than what we've seen maybe last year and even for the past couple of years, is combined with the price and the flexibility, you can really make the Disney trip whatever you want. It looks like Disney's really pushing to get Florida residents to come and visit their parks over the next couple of months.
And like you said, that it is a pretty wide window of opportunity there for people to use these tickets. But like you said, people should know that there are a couple of things of those updates and those changes that are coming that they won't be seeing in that window.
That is correct. So there is a lot of things that Disney is doing in 2026, and while this will include some of them, it won't include all of them. One of them is going to be the update to the Millennium Falcon attraction over at Disney's Hollywood Studios. It's going to be getting an update about the Mandalorian and Grogu based off of the new movie. This will not fit in that timeline. Same thing, we're getting a Soaring Over America update at Epcot. So there's a couple of ride changes. Same thing with the Muppets at Rock and Roller Coaster. All of those say summer, and then some of them have specific dates that are after these tickets no longer work. So you won't get every single update that is happening. But at the same time, if you have visited Walt Disney World when those rides open, sometimes it can be very, very busy. So you might be glad that you're visiting the parks before they get a brand new Mandalorian update or something changing for Epcot. So you're not going to get all of them in, but for this discount, you are going to be seeing a lot of changes, specifically, like I said, for Magic Kingdom. That's really where the biggest benefit is coming from. I mean, Magic Kingdom tickets did peak over $200 last year in 2025 for select days. So the fact that you could visit Magic Kingdom now for $64 is a great, great deal.
And also an add-on for water parks.
Yeah, there are ways that you can upgrade these tickets. You can do everything from adding on water parks to adding on golf to doing the park hopper like we said. So you can really customize this. And again, that is why I think that this deal does stand out more so than others. If you want to have something where you go to the water park in the morning and then you go to Magic Kingdom at night and the next day you want to park hop from Hollywood Studios over to Animal Kingdom, you can go in and fully customize this vacation to what you're trying to do. And as you know, Florida residents already get discounts at some of the Disney hotels. So if you want to go and buy a Disney hotel and then you want to buy these tickets, you can just jump all around and make a full 4-day vacation out of this. I think it's also important to note that Disney explicitly says this is not needed for consecutive. You do not have to start on a Monday and be done by Thursday. You can do 2 days here and then 1 day there and then another day here. So if you're someone that lives close enough to be able to drive and make a day out of it, you can also do that. Just do one Sunday here and then a Saturday and then a Tuesday. Again, customization is the number one benefit of this ticket option.
Yeah, that's a great option to be able to have, especially for, like you said, those of us who live closer and can do that, don't necessarily need those. So just kind of bottom line, the best way to make the most of this offer.
If it was me personally, what I would do is I would be buying the 4-day ticket for just about $20 more total over the 3-day ticket. To me, that's a no-brainer, especially if you're trying to visit all of the Disney parks and you haven't been in a couple years. If you're someone that wants to really maximize every second you're getting out of this, you can also add on the park hopper. Now, me personally, I don't know that I would add on the water park tickets or add on the golf tickets, only because those are things that are going to take up a lot of your time and are maybe something separate. Disney already offers a pretty good discount for Florida residents to visit their water parks and to go golfing. But the park hopper option could be a great one if you're trying to use up all of your time. And if you don't want to jump around from park to park, you don't have to get that. An important thing to note, this does not include parking. But if you go and pay to park at one of the Disney parks, it works at any park you visit. So if you park in the morning at Magic Kingdom and you decide you want to park hop to Epcot, they're not going to charge you again. You just keep your receipts and you can go back and forth, and that's all going to be included for 1 day's price as well.
And now let me ask you too, because there is another option, 2-day, 2-park ticket offer that is Epcot and Animal Kingdom only.
Yeah, that discount and that deal to me is not as good as an option of this. I mean, if those are just the 2 parks you want to go to and it kind of fits within your budget, that might work out. But when you look at the pricing, you're going to be limited to a specific park. You're going to be limited to a specific time. That one to me is not as great of a deal unless it just happens to work out and that's exactly what you're wanting to visit anyway. Then maybe that could work for you. But for just a couple more dollars, which I know when you talk about adding on $100 for a kid here and a kid there, that can pile up really quick. But this deal here specifically, the Discover Disney one, to me is a lot better when it comes to some of those options than it is to get this. I mean, the difference of $250 to visit any park you want for 3 days or $190 to be able to go to specifically just these 2 parks. I don't know. This one to me is not selling me as much.
All right, so the 4-day ticket sounds like the best value and the best way to kind of get the bang for your buck for these Florida residents with that Discover Disney deal.
Exactly, yeah. That would be by far my ultimate choice is the 4-day Discover Disney deal. And if you're a Florida resident only, if anyone else is seeing this, unfortunately you can't do that. But if you're a Florida resident, you can go and you can enjoy this.
All right, Darren White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info, telling us everything we need to know about the Discover Disney deal. We appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Always happy to join.
As we go to break here, give you another live look at Spaceship Earth on this Friday. Keep it here. More Fox 35 News Plus is next. All right.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us. Almost noon on this Friday. We are counting down to the weekend and some fun things going on that you might want to take advantage of around Orlando. Always something going on in Orlando. That's one of the reasons I think so many of us love it here. It's time for our Community Crossroads, where we bring in our friends from UNATION to tell us what we need to know about those things going on this weekend. We've got Ashley Edwards, Content Execution Manager, and Social Coordinator Sarah Barkley joining us live via Zoom today. And good afternoon to you. We appreciate you joining us for our Community Crossroads today.
Hey, Garrett. Thanks for having us. It's always a treat to be here, and I am always counting down for the weekend. And just as you said, this weekend, like every other weekend, we have so much to do in Orlando. It was hard narrowing it down to the top 3, but we're so excited to share with you these options.
And let's start with Monster Jam, because we know they've been doing a lot of work to get Camping World Stadium ready. Here's a live look at it, and that is one of the things going on this weekend.
Yeah, Monster Jam is going to be humongous. This happens every single year. If you want to see monster trucks live in action, doing some jaw-dropping things like flipping over different cars and doing tricks and defying stunts, you have to go to Monster Jam. This is a family-friendly event, fun for all ages. It's going to be super fun to see. It's happening tomorrow at 7 p.m. There are tickets still available right now on UNATION. If you want to look for the best price, our app has all of the different ticket options you can find. Highly recommend bringing the kids, bringing the parents. This is going to be a really, really great event.
Yeah, Sarah, I mean, that's one of those things, just the whole family, the kids love it. It's just a really cool atmosphere, and it's even just cool just to see all that dirt in the middle of Camping World Stadium.
Right? And like, the monster trucks are massive. Seeing them in person really puts it into perspective.
Yeah, that's really cool. Give you a live look there at Camping World Stadium. So one thing to look forward to there. Now let's talk about and Juliet, because Ashley, as I understand it, you had the chance to see that last night.
Garrett, how long do you have? I could talk about Juliet for a very, very long time. I saw it last night. I actually got the opportunity to sit back with the cast afterwards and do a little Q&A, and it's incredible. If you guys have ever been hesitant to go to a Dr. Phillips show, get into musicals, and you're like, I don't know if it's for me, this is your sign. This show is for you. It's a show for everyone. It is a retelling of the classic Romeo and Juliet story, but it answers the question, what happens if Juliet lives? And that's where we start. It's incredible. The songs you will know. It starts out with hits by NSYNC. It has Backstreet Boys. It has Ariana Grande, Katy Perry, all these songs you will know by heart. And I know I mentioned NSYNC earlier. Well, in Orlando, we have a very, very special treat where the Joey Fatone is in this show. He is incredible, jaw-dropping, and he does a little bit of a boy band number that will take you back to the NSYNC days.
How awesome is that? Ashley, what was your favorite part of this?
It was the little boy band, boy band dance number with Joey Fatone. The audience, it was a show-stopping number. I think we were hooting and hollering for a good 5 minutes. It was absolutely incredible.
And the Dr. Phillips Center is just a great venue all around for something like this.
Oh, it is a beautiful venue. It actually is in the top 11 of the most beautiful architectures in the world. If you guys didn't know that, now you do. We love some fun facts, but it's also tucked in the heart of downtown Orlando. And there's so much to do around Dr. Phillips Center too. So you can really make it an entire evening. You can start with a little cocktails and pregame at the Wellborn. You can go to Shikai for my personal favorite happy hour. Salsaritas for a beautiful Mexican food as well. Like there's so many places around where you can go and make this truly an evening to remember.
All right, good stuff there. Always love an evening downtown. Now let's talk about Harlem Globetrotters. They're on their tour and stopping in Orlando as well this weekend.
Yeah, they're celebrating their 100-year tour. So this is going to be a huge milestone tour to go to. Harlem Globetrotters is known for doing their really cool basketball tricks. It's really family friendly. Again, another great event to bring the kids to. I remember growing up as a kid and hearing about this event, always wanting to go. All of the people at my school used to go and they would brag and be like, they chose me to do the basketball, to spin it on my fingers. So if you have little kids, bring them. If you love basketball, this is just going to be a lot of fun. It's happening at the Edition Financial Arena tomorrow at 2 p.m. And again, tickets are still available last minute. So get those tickets. They start as low as $32. So fun for the whole family. Another great event to attend.
Sarah, I'm a little disappointed that you didn't have a prop of a basketball to show us it spinning on your finger.
Next time, you know what? I'm going to do it. Or you can just edit in a little basketball right here. We can pretend.
Yeah, just stand there for a second. We'll figure it out. Yeah, make it as if. All right. Yeah, it is. You're right, though. It is fun for the whole family. And we love events like that. So good things this weekend with the Harlem Globetrotters. Before I let you go, anything else that we want to spotlight today before for this community crossroads?
Yeah, so in January, it's a really big month for everyone to hit their goals. I know a bunch of you guys are doing dry January. We're really focusing on our health and our wellness and our fitness. And we have one more event that we want to highlight that combines all of these things. And it's the ATL Social at the Vanguard, which I know you guys are thinking, this is a nightclub. Why are we doing some health and wellness at a nightclub? This is a daytime event, I promise, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in downtown Orlando. And it's a really great place to find a community, and a community that helps you with accountability and joy to keep hitting your goals. So if you're new to the wellness community or you want to just dip your toes into it, this is a absolutely great event. And kickstarting in 2026, they have an entirely new format where they're also going to be offering open classes for you to try throughout the event. So you'll be able to try firsthand Orange Theory Fitness, Jet Set Pilates, Yoga Joint, and Genesis. Plus, you'll be able to try some ice plunges and a sauna. Massage Envy is going to be there, so you get a little massage as well to relax those muscles. And a bunch of other wellness events are also happening. So Drink Sin is going to be doing some mocktail classes in the mocktail bar. They also have B12 shots. So, downtown shots still happening, just make it a little bit healthy. So this is a really, really great way to dive your toes into your health and wellness goals for 2026.
Yeah, that's great. We know a lot of people have set those resolutions for the year, and anything that can help everyone, kind of stay on track, that's certainly good news.
Life is always about balance, so we're here to tell you all the fun things to do, and then also here's some great ways to help you keep to your goals as well.
I love it. And where can folks find out more if they want some more things to do and want to find out more about what's going on around town?
You guys can download the free UNATION app. It has all these events and more happening this weekend and beyond. And if you guys want to connect with us on social media in real time, we are at Stuff to Do in Orlando. Again, giving you those real-time updates, helping you find the best stuff to do in the City Beautiful.
Ashley Edwards, Sarah Barkley from UNATION, we appreciate you joining us for our Community Crossroads today.
Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you for having us.
All right, now practice that basketball spinning.
Next time, I'm gonna impress all of you guys.
All right, looking forward to it. Give you a live look at downtown as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Governor Ron DeSantis was in Bartow earlier today, where he announced that Florida is the first state in the nation to launch independent testing of baby formula for hazardous chemicals and heavy metals. That was a part of his announcement today as he discussed Healthy Florida First initiatives, a number of things when it comes to making Florida and making America healthy again, part of those initiatives. He also starts by talking about some of the changing food guidelines that we saw this week in a news conference with RFK and some others that we brought you live here on Fox 35 News Plus as well. So here's Governor DeSantis speaking earlier today in Bartow.
Well, look at all this great stuff. Well, we're really excited to be back in Polk County. I want to thank Sheriff Grady Judd for being with us, as always. Great to have him. We're also joined by our First Lady, my wife Casey, Lieutenant Governor Collins, and Surgeon General Joe Latipo, who's doing a great job. Now, they're going to talk a little bit more about the announcement today with respect to, we've really tried to embrace this kind of healthy Florida. There's a lot of the stuff they're doing at the federal. They just changed the food pyramid, which, they say focus on like protein, fruits, and vegetables, right? And like they used to say, oh, don't do anything with fat in it. Well, the problem with that is then a lot of people gravitated to low fat that had other things. And so I think that they've done something that's evidence-based there. So there's a whole bunch of good stuff going on with that. And I'll let them talk a little bit more in depth about that. I do want to just say this is America 250 in 2026. And so we've been doing a lot in Florida, even though we weren't part of the original 13 colonies. We were a Spanish colony at the time, but eventually got on the team. And so we've done a lot of different things. So last year I got a statue of George Washington, and we put in I got it from Mount Vernon, and we put it in the Florida Capitol. Really amazing statue. We put a Franklin statue in Franklin County right there at their courthouse, I think, or one of their buildings. We did Thomas Jefferson statue in Jefferson County, and you have this nice statue of him just sitting there. Really good. I've got James Madison on the way for Madison County. The thing is, these liberal states take down the founding fathers, so I get these things at a discount around the country. It's a buyer's market, so I'm doing it. So you have that. We're going to do Hamilton at Hamilton County. I'm going to do another Washington for Washington County. Monroe is down in the Florida Keys, and so we may airdrop Jimmy Monroe in Key West and see what happens there. It should be fun. But so we're doing a lot of that for like the founding generation, but we're also saying, well, people that have exemplified these ideals over the years, we can also do stuff from there. So I got on the way a statue of one of our presidents from the 1920s, Calvin Coolidge. And first of all, he was really good, very underrated, very successful. But we're actually going to bring that to Polk County. We're going to bring it to Lake Wales at Bach Tower. Why? His last public address as president was the dedication of Bach Tower Gardens in 1929. And they actually have video of it and all this other stuff. It's interesting, like, video killed the radio star. Like, the way these guys talked then was different. They would definitely not want you to be on stage if you did. So it was a little bit different, but, he's up there dedicating, this great, and honestly, it's a very great, cool part of Florida, too. So we're working on getting that down and bringing that there, and I think that's a great connection. The fact, I think he had gone to Mount Dora in Lake County and then went down to Lake Wales after that. So really, really neat. So we're going to be doing all that other stuff over the course of these next 7 months, not even 7 months, all the way into July 4th of 2026. And we've done a lot of civics and all this stuff with our schools and everything, and it's really important. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited to bring Silent Cow down here to Polk County, and I think people will really, really like it. So today, and I'll let the First Lady and Surgeon General talk a little bit more about it, but we've really leaned in hard on medical freedom and informed consent during my tenure as governor. Now, the reality is, if I was running, when I was running in 18, if you had asked me about this, I didn't really know. I mean, like, no one was talking about a pandemic. Most of the people, like, if CDC had said something, I just assumed that was right. Doctor, all this stuff. And, you know, what happened with COVID is it really exposed the soft underbelly of a lot of intellectual corruption into some of these entrenched institutions. And so you had things like the American Society of Pediatrics, you know, saying, well, no, kids should be in school, that, you know, they shouldn't. And then, like, the Biden administration put pressure, then they flipped. And they said, oh, no, you shouldn't. And then it was like, well, there's no evidence that putting this mask on helps. And then they flipped and said, oh, no, you know, the 4-year-olds need to have this on 8 hours a day. It was ridiculous. And so we really led the way in Florida to say, you know, actually people are going to be able to make these decisions for themselves. So we were the first state to require all schools to be open way back in the summer of 2020. You know, we fought the mandates. We did all this other stuff. And the state benefited clearly from that. And that was really some of the thing that launched us to be the free state of Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier today in Polk County. We can try to get you back there more in a little bit, where he was talking about some of those efforts, because I want to get you live now to Minnesota, where the Hennepin County attorney is talking live right now about the deadly ICE shooting. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We have jurisdiction to make that decision. So let me be clear here. We do have jurisdiction to make this decision that happened in this case, where her life was taken in Hennepin County. It does not matter that it was a federal law enforcement agent. To be sure, there are complex legal issues involved when a federal law enforcement officer is involved. But the law is clear. We do have jurisdiction to make this decision. We cannot make any decision, however, if there is not evidence submitted to our office. So we are moving forward in collaboration with the Attorney General's office and the BCA to preserve any evidence and ensure that it can be reviewed. To that end, we are asking those in our community who have information or who have video or photos of the event to submit that information to our office. We are providing a secure link where people can submit this evidence. The link can be accessed using the QR code, which is displayed on the screen beside me. The link will also be posted on our website, hennepinattorney.org. Along with the evidence itself, we are asking people to provide contact information so investigators can follow up. Because it is important to collect and preserve evidence properly, we ask people to provide accurate and complete information on the form on our website. I know our community wants fast answers. I know this city feels again as if it is at the center of a national fight, as you are processing everything that is happening here. And I wish I could promise a swift decision and the resolution that you want, but I cannot promise you that right now. Here is what I can promise you. Our offices will work together and have been working together on this and will continue to do so. We will continue to work around the clock to preserve, gather, and review as much evidence as we possibly can. We will be transparent with you to the degree that we can. We know that there will continue to be many questions. This is an active investigation, and I do not want to jeopardize any future decisions or processes, so there are likely to be many questions that we cannot answer right now. We know what our job is. It's not to play politics, but to ensure a thorough investigation, seek justice, and to be fair to all involved. And we are committed to doing that. Here's our Attorney General, Keith Holtz.
Thank you, County Attorney Moriarty. Thank you for gathering us today. I just want to be perfectly clear. The precious life of Renee Nicole Good was important. She's a mother of 3, including a 6-year-old child whose father passed away a few years ago. She died trying to be a legal assistant to legal observer to look out for the interests of the most vulnerable members of our community. And she leaves behind a lot of people who love and admire her. There's a lot of people who have a very big interest in this case, including the officers involved. They have an important interest. The fact is we have an interest as state prosecutors, which is what we both are, in fairness and transparency, and to the degree that is possible to set forth a process which, when it's over, fair-minded people can say, well, as good and just of a job that could be done was done. I think I agree with County Attorney Moriarty. There is no conclusion that anyone can reach in good faith at this time, because there's too much evidence still to be evaluated. Now, what we're doing here is asking the public who may have video. There may be people who were on the scene, who saw what happened, who have some type of evidence that they feel bears on what the truth is in this case, and they can use that QR code as this evidence submission portal. The evidence will go to the Minnesota BCA, who will gather it. And we wanted to make sure that as the moments go by, every moment in these cases is precious, and it is important that people know where they can go to share the evidence that they have in their possession. And so that's the idea here. So I know if you are someone who has direct information and you have information that you feel should be shared, please use this portal and share that information. Don't judge for yourself whether it's very important or not very important. Let the people who are evaluating and gathering the evidence make that decision. But if you have information bearing on the outcome of this matter in any way, please share it. And I will say, many of you in the press may ask the question, is this a state investigation? Well, gathering evidence is certainly a component of an investigation. We are going to do the best that we can do for the public, knowing that the current posture of the federal, and this is not a critique of them, it's just a statement of fact, the current posture is that the investigation is one that the feds want to do without state involvement. And so we still know that there's evidence out there, and we want to make sure it gets gathered and collected, and we'll deal with those other matters of joint versus exclusive later. But as for now, we want to make sure the evidence that may be out there in the public lands where it should. And so with that, I guess, any other comments to be made?
No,
Yeah.
questions?
Yeah.
Please, one at a time.
You said the BCA is saving evidence with you, so what is the BCA's role here, and what do you make of their claim that they can't do an investigation anymore?
Well, so the question has to do with what is the BCA's role here. The BCA had already, as you know, there was an agreement to do a joint investigation with the FBI. So that had started. So that much the BCA has done. They are currently typing up those reports. They will certainly share those with us. Their role in this will be to collect and catalog all the information that we get here. I want to emphasize, this isn't about one department or anything. As the Attorney General said, this is about all of us at a state level working together on behalf of Minnesotans who expect all of us to be able to work together to come up with transparency in whatever a decision might be.
Ms. Moriarty,
yes.
Two questions, actually.
Sure.
Just to clarify, so the BCA, because of the initial agreement with the FBI, do they have the totality of whatever forensic crime scene evidence that was gathered? Is that already in the custody of the state?
So the question was about, because of the original joint agreement, does the BCA have access to forensic evidence? So the process here, the way the process unfolded is that the federal government came and was processing the scene. So the agreement had to be worked out with the BCA. When the BCA came to the scene, the evidence had been taken by the FBI. They collected the car. and took it wherever, the BCA does not have access to the car. And the problem isn't that the FBI took the car, it's that the BCA doesn't have access to the car, or right now even access to the forensic evaluation that happens as a result of the investigation with that car. So that's the concern here. That is what Drew Evans was saying, that in a normal investigation, the BCA would take the car, do their own forensic analysis, fingerprints, DNA, that kind of stuff, all of that kind of stuff. But they have not done that in this case, which would have been fine and would still be fine if the BCA could have access to the results.
But, so the fruits of the labor currently BCA does not have.
That's correct.
So I guess the part two of my question, and I'm sorry, is and I know how, I can only imagine how extraordinarily frustrating this is for your office and your prosecutors. You're doing this to get whatever kind of video evidence or, you know, whatever people can add to the investigation, but if you don't end up getting the forensic evidence from the FBI or from whoever, what can you do as a prosecutor?
I think it's premature to make that decision. We don't know what we're going to get. You know, I'll note that there was a video posted last night that most of us hadn't seen before. That the caption on social media was that neighbors had released it. And so we think that there may be other evidence out there, video, that kind of thing. We don't know. And so as the Attorney General and I know, it is critical to preserve evidence because it could be recorded over. It, you know, something could happen to it. And so this is an attempt to make sure that we preserve the evidence that's out there. And so we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to look at what's there. But it's really too early right now to say what we can and cannot do. Matt.
Who at the Justice Department made this decision not to include the BCA in this investigation? Do you know?
I honestly think you should ask them.
Did you get any reasoning for why the FBI was taking over the investigation? Was there any reasoning behind that you guys have heard?
Maybe Mary knows more than I do. I was just informed that that was the situation.
So I was also informed that, you know, the BCA, that as far as I knew, it was going to be a joint investigation based on the conversations we had had with the federal government as well as the FBI, and then that changed. The only way I can't speak to why.
Can you address how unprecedented this is? Are you going to be sharing information that you're gathering with the FBI? And federal authorities could not have been more clear yesterday that you folks had no jurisdiction. And Commissioner Bob Jacobson was asked this question yesterday, and he said that they couldn't do an investigation because they didn't have any of the evidence. Is Bob Jacobson and the BCA really on board with this? I don't see them in this room.
That is not exactly what Commissioner Jacobson said. So I think it's important.
Well, that's pretty much what he said.
Well, please listen to what I'm about to say. I think it's important for everybody to understand that unit in the BCA was created, I think, after 2020, with the expectation that they would do the top-notch, investigate absolutely everything, okay? What he was saying was that and this is what Superintendent Evans also said, they can't do the type of investigation that they would like to do, that they do in every case, if they don't have access to that physical evidence. That is what he's saying. And I want to remind people, though, we never have ideal investigations, pretty much. Not because of the fault of officers, but we get cases submitted to us where we would like to have other types of evidence. So what he's saying is that they will not have access to some of that physical evidence. That would preclude them from doing the thorough investigation that they would like to do.
I didn't hear it that way, but
Yeah.
is Bob Jacobson part of this?
Does
Lou.
this go straight to the BCA, or is this something that a catch-all for you guys that you will then turn over to the BCA?
Yes.
And if you'll allow me to follow up.
Yeah. So the question is, does this go, the QR code go right to the BCA? It does not. It comes to our office, and we have an agreement with the BCA that we will be sharing it so they can catalog it. Because the goal here is to make sure we are all on the same page and we understand what evidence has been collected.
Okay, and then just a follow-up to what was asked over there. Can you ultimately make a charging decision if you don't have the car with the ballistics? Like, you know, something that is like that, where the actual evidence, piece of evidence is very important to the overall decision.
Yeah, and I can't answer that right now.
You don't know until you know.
One last thing here.
Jeff.
What access do you have to the federal officers and to their understanding of the situation, and how important is that in any investigation to what happened here?
So the question was, what access do we have to federal officers? Really none. And, you know, it is like a police investigation, a local police investigation, too. Any officer can decide whether they want to give a statement or not. As always, we would like anyone who has anything to do with the case to give a statement. We don't always have that, so it's hard to say right now how important or not that would be.
Do you have any context into how much other states have access to these investigations when there's a federal incident where if the FBI does give them the evidence, like in other incidents where there's federal agents involved? Have you communicated with other states in these situations?
I can speak from my experience, and perhaps the Attorney General can as well. My first year here, there was a situation where the FBI was involved and the sheriff was involved, and the FBI did an investigation, and as I said, they invited us in. I mean, I had constant contact with the head of the FBI here, Alvin Winston. They invited us over to see a PowerPoint of the results of it, but it's simply their practice or their policy not to share the entire investigation. In fact, what they do initially is a civil use of force investigation, and I know they've also involved the DOJ. So I'm not, and I want to go back to, this is not being critical of an FBI investigation. It is simply our access to the evidence that they collect. And so at a minimum, we certainly hope that they reconsider giving the BCA at least access to that information. One last question.
There was some talk about the immunity of ICE agents. Could you speak, do you think the Trump administration did this to try to stop charges, or is this ICE officer immune to charges against it?
Yeah, I can't speak to why the Trump administration is doing what it's doing or says what it says. I can say that the ICE officer does not have complete immunity here. Thank you very much.
The autopsy and Ms. Good's remains, are they with the county?
They're with the county.
And do you know when they
News conference wrapping up in Hennepin County, Minnesota. We heard from the county attorney, the state attorney general as well, talking about Minnesota state officials looking to get evidence that could be used in their own investigation if needed to ensure transparency and as the Attorney General said, find truth in the ICE shooting. They're specifically asking for video and other evidence, anyone who saw anything, because as they discussed and as we've heard from some of the other news conferences we've listened in on this week, we know that the FBI after initially kind of extending an operation or an opportunity, an invitation for a joint investigation with them, they ended up rescinding that. So the FBI excluding state officials when it comes to the investigation into that ICE shooting. We've heard concern about that from officials in Minneapolis and at the state level. And this is another step forward in the investigation, as officials look to have a backup plan essentially in place if they need to conduct their own investigation, kind of taking some of those initial steps right now as they try to get to the bottom of what happened. As you heard them say, there's really no conclusion at this point whether charges might be appropriate for that shooting, but we will stay tuned and see what happens. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now at Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, where we have learned that the planned launch this afternoon of 29 Starlink satellites has been pushed back to 3:29. That's the latest. It was originally scheduled for for just after 1 o'clock, about 25 minutes from now or so. 1:03 was the original time. Now saying 3:29 or thereabouts. So wanted to let you know, since we talked about that earlier today, trying to send up those satellites into low Earth orbit, and it will have to wait a couple more hours. We know this launch was originally scheduled for yesterday, but didn't end up happening because of some technical things going on. So we'll keep an eye on that and let you know what happens. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Before we listened into that news conference in Minnesota, we were listening to Governor DeSantis speaking in Bartow in Polk County earlier today. I want to get you back to that news conference so you can hear more of his announcement as he talked about some of these MAHA initiatives, the changing food guidelines, and the announcement here in Florida as the state launches its own independent testing of baby formula. Here's Governor DeSantis just a little bit ago.
Based on the data. And so I'm looking at the data, and it's not correct what they're saying. And so that really, I think, caused me to be like, well, wait a minute. What is going on here? So there was an agenda and a narrative that was really at play in a lot of this stuff. And I also think back about how they wanted to coerce mRNA vaccine shots. Now, we stopped that in Florida. They wanted to fire firefighters. They wanted to fire people from businesses, and we gave protection against that because, honestly, you had some people that had already recovered from COVID with natural immunity, and then they're saying you got to do something that you didn't want to do. So it didn't make any sense. It was more about pushing an agenda. And then come to find out, the effectiveness of this stuff, you have people that are getting like all these boosters and they get COVID still. In some respects, I think Joe would say you may be more likely depending on your situation. So, and the thing is like this should have never, ever had any coercion involved. It should have been something that people can make judgments based on informed consent. They're doing on this childhood vaccine schedule, and Joe may want to talk about it. But I just think it's interesting. When I was a kid, we took some. There were a limited number. Then it's just grown dramatically to like all these jabs, right? And it's like they want you to take the COVID jab as an infant. Do you really need to do hepatitis, sexually transmitted disease? They want to do infant. And so HHS CDC have kind of reevaluated that and gotten those recommendations that I think are a little bit more manageable. But you got to ask yourself, when somebody is recommending or whether they're coercing, what is on the back end of that? What's the relationship between somebody in medical and like big drug companies, for example? What's the financial arrangements? And I'm telling you, there's a seedy underbelly to all of this stuff. So our view on all of it is informed consent. Coercion does not work in the medical context, and so you should have the ability to make these judgments, but you should never be put in a position where if you choose to make a judgment contrary to whatever the narrative is, that somehow your rights are going to be circumscribed, your opportunities in life are going to be circumscribed in some of these things. That is not the way that you do. So one of the things that we want to do with the legislature is, there'll be places, I think it was like in Indiana, like a year ago or something, you had this girl, I think she was like a teenager, and she needed a surgery, and she got rejected because she hadn't taken the flu and COVID shots. And I'm just thinking to myself, how could you do the discrimination like that? There's some physicians that won't see patients if they don't do some of these things. So the thing is that's not informed consent, because like you either do it or you suffer consequences. And I think Joe's been very good at saying that that's just not the way that we want to go about it. So those are going to be things that we're going to be doing on. But one of the other things that we wanted to do, and Joe has been very upfront on this, is some of the stuff that's out there in this ecosystem, particularly for babies, what is in some of this stuff? And I think their view is we want it to be transparent and everything. I just think, like, you grow normal food and eat it. That's what God intended, right? Well, now so much stuff is processed, and they throw this in and they throw that in and all this stuff. And, like, for me, that's not anything I've ever, I see it on the shelf. It looks just down the hatch, right? But that's probably not the best way to go about doing this. And so, the First Lady, gets to a point where, she's trying to tell me, what's in that, all this stuff. And I'm just like, don't tell me. I mean, but I think just having the information, I'm not going to tell you got to use this or that or anything like that, but having this information out so that people are able to do it. So Joe and the First Lady, they have done, and the Lieutenant Governor, have the commission. And some of the things that they're doing is testing some of these staples, like the infant formula, and that's what they're going to talk about today. So I'm supportive of the effort. I think we understand there's a lot of financial interests that are at stake in a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of things that influence. And what we just want is basically transparency and the truth, and we want people to be able to make the best decision for them, not necessarily what would be in the best decision of some, manufacturer or something like that. And we've got so much processed, throughout the economy and throughout our food supply that I think people appreciate having some more information. So I'm going to let the First Lady and Joe take it away. So come on up.
As it pertains to his health, I'm really empowering him with the facts so he can make informed decisions. So that's what I do. That's why I show you the ingredients.
Really good.
Listen, when you were speaking, I was looking at some of the products. We might be walking away with a few things. But, good to be here. I really do appreciate, Ron giving me the opportunity to be able to come and lead this up with the Lieutenant Governor and our great Surgeon General to be able to help bring some transparency to all of this. And that is really one of the things that we're spearheading as it pertains to this commission, because, as many of you know, this is very, very deeply personal to me, because I am the mother of 3 very rambunctious small children. Many of you know I'm a cancer survivor. The health and well-being of Floridians, my family, myself, is of top priority. And I've said this, and I'll say it a million times. I don't want anybody to have to go through what I went through. It was not fun. Going through all of those procedures and surgeries and treatments and takes a toll, and trying to do that with a family. And so if there is something that we can do to help make your lives better and healthier, we have an obligation to stand up and fight on your behalf, and that is exactly what we are doing. So when I start thinking about health and I start thinking about what we consume, and I was like Ron for a while, you put it on a shelf and I eat it. I didn't really think too much about the ingredients. I have since changed my philosophy, and I think more about what I'm consuming and what we consume as Americans. And for me, it's no longer about the calories. It's not really about how you look in the bathing suit, right? You look at something and you think, well, if I eat this, I'm just going to gain more weight. There's a lot to it about what you're putting in your body, how it affects your cells and your systems and your overall long-term health. Small, repeated exposures to hidden toxins can really add up in ways we don't always see until a problem occurs. And that is especially true when it comes to babies who are consuming products unknowingly, while parents are doing everything that they can to try to make the best decisions that they can for their children. Parents should be able to trust that the products that they bring home are safe. They should not have to wonder whether the food that they are consuming or they're giving to their children could be quietly impacting their health over time. So today, as part of our Healthy Florida First initiative, we are launching what will be a series of, I believe, major announcements focused on safety and integrity of our food supply. We are beginning with baby formula because it affects the most vulnerable among us, and we have an obligation that we absolutely must get this right. Over the past few months, very proud to announce that through independent testing, we've really taken this head on. And we have done this testing through certified laboratories. The Florida Department of Health has collected 24 infant formulas from 7 different brands purchased for multiple locations, both online and in stores. Those samples were tested for arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury. And what we found in those 24 samples was troubling. Of the 24 infant formulas tested, 16 of those formulas contained at least one, if not more, heavy metals that exceeded federal standards. Mercury was the most common, detected above federal benchmarks in 16 formulas. Arsenic exceeded benchmarks in 5 formulas, cadmium 3, and lead 2. Importantly, 6 of the formulas showed elevated metal levels in every sample purchased from different locations. And that tells us it's not a one-off shipment or a single store issue. It points to systemic problems in sourcing or in manufacturing. But there is a silver lining, however, that is really important to mention. Some of the formulas did not show elevated levels. That tells us that contamination is not inevitable. There are better choices for parents, but we have to stay on top of this, and we have to drive accountability. You may remember it was about a year ago that Consumer Reports, they did an investigation that raised serious concerns about toxic metals in baby formula. In response, the federal government, Secretary Kennedy, and President Trump rightly launched Operation Stork Speed, calling for increased testing, an important step that really acknowledged the seriousness of this concern and the need for better data to protect infants. So Florida now, as the first state in the nation, is stepping into the fold as a major force multiplier to test, to keep testing, to ensure that these chemicals do not exceed federal standards, and honestly, to work to ensure that there are no chemicals or hazardous metals in baby formula. And we are asking at this point that other states step up and help to utilize their assets to join us in testing these products. When states work together, accountability increases, transparency improves, and manufacturers start paying attention. And that really brings us to a question that really deserves, I believe, to be asked. If formula manufacturers are required by federal law to test every batch of baby formula for microbes and bacteria like salmonella before it ever leaves the plant, then why would we not expect them to test for harmful chemicals before that product ever reaches a child? If we agree that babies deserve protection from immediate threats, shouldn't we also be doing everything possible to protect them from potential long-term harm? Parents are trying to do everything right. We're reading the labels, we're trusting brands, we're following guidance. They should never be put in a position where that trust is misplaced. And that is why getting this right matters, and that is why government does have a role to play. While infant formula is regulated under federal law with statutory authority residing within the U.S. Congress, Florida can help in a meaningful way through independent, ongoing testing to continue to drive accountability. Parents should not be expected to verify the integrity of products on their own. And this is where government has the responsibility to indeed act on their behalf. Additionally, in light of these testing results, we have reached out to our federal partners to provide more options for Florida families who are currently being supported by WIC, the Women, Infants, and Child Program. And thanks to Secretary Kennedy and his team, Florida families will now have more formula options that will be covered by financial assistance if they choose to change their formula in light of these recent results. All of this information, including the results, can be found on the website exposingfoodtoxins.com. So Florida will continue to lead. Florida will continue to fight on behalf of families all across this great state and do what is within its authority to test, verify, retest, hold people accountable, and bring transparency where families deserve answers. We will use the strength and scale of the state to support parents, protect children, and drive accountability where it matters most. And let me just say this, we are not going to stop at baby formula. We have a lot more announcements. We, over the past few months, have been doing a lot of testing. We have been looking into a lot of products, and we're going to be talking about this quite a bit over the next few days and, honestly, weeks. And I can tell you Florida is committed to leading the way, to working with our federal and our state partners to push for higher standards so that families can have the confidence in what they consume. And if we do this, this is how we build a healthier Florida. And ultimately, that leads to a healthier America, and I'm honored to be a part of it.
Wonderful comments there. Thank you, First Lady. Thank you, Governor. As always, I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for the Governor. Just to share a little bit about myself briefly before we won't dive deeply into any science, but we'll talk a little bit about some science. So I'm a physician. I went to medical school at the same university that this gentleman went to law school. We were actually, believe it or not, we were in Boston, blocks from each other, because I lived close to Harvard Law School when he was up there too, while I was in medical school, and I took care of patients and did clinical research before fortunately being appointed Surgeon General by the Governor. So I was really enthused to start this position 4 years ago. I can't believe I've been doing this for 4 years. In the heat of the COVID-19 pandemic. And I know many of us have tried to forget, but we all at some level remember how much madness and craziness and how high the temperature was at that time. And I was just incredibly enthusiastic to be so fortunate to be appointed to a position where I was able to work with Governor DeSantis and others in Florida government to really help change the tide, turn the tide away from just a terribly destructive direction that things were headed toward in a very strong manner. And I loved it because I love empowering people. I love empowering people. I love helping people achieve whatever it is that they're trying to achieve, especially when it comes to good health. I love that. Obviously, I am an addict to exercise. So every single day, I can't remember the last day I missed a day of exercise. And I can't drag folks with me who don't want to exercise, but I do want to. I get energized by providing people with information that allows them to make better decisions. So whether that is more physical activity, or changing their health choices, or changing, say, some of the supplements they take in, or some of the practices that they engage in. So I love that. It gives me massive amounts of energy. Really love it. And when the First Lady just started this conversation with us about what we can do at the government level to make a very powerful difference for the people of Florida, I probably levitated from my seat, sitting there in the meeting by a few millimeters there. Now, so this is, it's hard for me to convey how enthusiastic I am about this work, and let everyone know who manufactures that you're not off the hook. We really do have many more tests that we're going to be talking about, important tests, because they relate to things that we consume or our kids consume. So very important stuff. In this particular area, testing baby formula obviously is very important. Many babies consume baby formula. Not every baby, not every family is able to breastfeed solely, and a lot of families supplement. A lot of families may only use baby formula. And I've got 3 boys, so dial back time, I had the experience of when we were looking to supplement, to figure out, okay, what are we going to put in our kids, and fortunately, mostly by chance, frankly, we made some good choices, because I happened to have a friend at the time who was actually using a brand from Europe called Holly, and it turns out it was one of the ones we tested, and it ended up testing really well. But unfortunately, a lot of the brands didn't test so well. So as the First Lady mentioned, we tested for pesticides, and we also tested for heavy metals, and particularly arsenic, mercury, lead, and cadmium. And these are all heavy metals that are problematic. Mercury is probably one of the most toxic things that you can put into a person's body, maybe followed right at the same level or just second by lead. So really terrible stuff. So we're talking about neurodevelopmental injury. we're talking about injury to your kidneys, to your lungs, to your livers, to pretty much every organ in your body. And we're also talking about dysfunction in your immune system in terms of your risk of developing cancer. So very important chemicals that we want to limit our exposure to. And the government has recognized this. The U.S. EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, has recognized this. So they've developed these limits, these daily limits for people consume in their water. Because it's hard to get to zero, but the closer you are to zero, the better. And so we use that same standard for baby formula because, of course, babies drink it. And the thing to keep in mind is that the chances are that these are actually, what we've found is actually an understatement of the risk, because as pretty much everyone who's had a baby knows, babies are actually way more sensitive. So something that you or I could sort of be exposed to and process, their weight, the ratio of their weight to how much they consume is very different from an adult. So they're actually much more sensitive. So these findings are actually really understatements of the risk they face. And many of these formulas, most of them, in the samples that we collected, and we did that around the state to make sure that we were getting different lot numbers, samples from different areas, had levels of these heavy metals that were beyond the EPA's safe water drinking standards. And we're giving this to babies. I wish I could say this was an isolated finding, but this pattern of food that we consume, that our kids consume, that our babies consume, that is not in alignment with our best health, with the ability of each of us to attain our best health, is actually very common. And again, we're going to be sharing more findings. And how did we get to this point? Well, we got to this point because of, as the governor was saying, I mean, it's a seedy underbelly, right? There are rooms where decisions are made, and historically, and those decisions were not to the benefit of you or I. They were to the benefit of manufacturers. They were for the benefit of maximizing profits of a private few. And while I absolutely support people seeking entrepreneurship and the commerce and the economic gains and the prosperity that brings, that's not the same thing as backroom deals that again are for the benefit of a few individuals and not for the benefit of the consumers. And so shedding light on these findings is something that every state is capable of doing. Fortunately, we now have federal leadership that is interested in that, with Secretary Kennedy, our Dr. Makari at the FDA, and others who are at Health and Human Services, HHS. But it's also an odd thing that here we are in Florida. Every state is capable of doing this, and right now we're the only people doing this. So we need more people, more states doing this, because the citizens depend on government for certain specific things that individuals can't easily supply, and this is one of those things. So again, we're going to have more information. We have a website, I think, we're going to be announcing, that will provide a summary of the different baby formulas that were tested, so that families and moms can review this stuff, and dads can review this stuff and make decisions, and maybe make some better decisions with this new information. And again, I want to thank our federal partners who are working with us and are going to provide us with some more flexibility, so that Florida families that depend on the WIC program, the Women, Infants, and Children program, for obtaining formula will be able to shift and make different decisions based on the balance of their interests and the information that we're providing. All right, so more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ladapo. I want to take a step back, and I want to talk about the impact of leadership on the state. I'm often asked, where would Florida be during COVID if it wasn't for Governor Ron DeSantis? How different would our state be? I'd actually ask you, how would our nation be? When other states and other countries were attacking him, he stood. He stood between the people and those who wanted to do harm. It took one man, one family acting with courage and conviction to protect and preserve our state in our way. What you see here is a direct connection and an escalation and continuation of that exact thing. Standing with courage to protect and preserve what we have and what we care about the very most. Now, if you've heard me speak, you know that I'm honored to be the 21st Lieutenant Governor. It's a privilege that people like me rarely get, growing up in a broken home and a failed farm. I served as a Green Beret for 23 years. My wife's a 20-year veteran as well. But I'm a husband and I'm a dad first and foremost. And what we're talking about here is critical. My job in all of those things was to preserve and protect, to stand between my loved ones and those things that would harm them. And I am so excited and so grateful for the courage of people like Joe Latipo, Casey DeSantis, Governor Ron DeSantis, people who want to step in and do the hard right. But let's ask ourselves, why aren't other states stepping in and stepping up to join us in what we do? You know, life often is put out on the airwaves now. It's on Twitter, it's on the news, it's on Instagram, Facebook, you name it, right? But when it comes down to it, as much as we're connected, we're so disconnected sometimes from the things that matter most. Look around this room. How many of you are parents, grandparents, have loved ones that this could impact? I reflect on my time with my children. We had a very medically complex child who had multiple issues. We tried breastfeeding and it just wasn't going to work. So we used formula. And unfortunately, some of the formulas we used are some of the ones that we know have bad numbers. And it's concerning to me, as a dad, to know that that was happening. And was it happening when my son was going through this? Because he was dependent on those to live. We were at that point. So I want to bring this full circle, and I want to talk about conviction, courage, and leadership. And I'm so grateful, Governor, for your courage and conviction and your leadership on these issues. Casey, you know, we've talked about this many times. I am so inspired by how you come across and how you fight for our families. Your passion and dedication is amazing. I'm looking forward to being a part of this as we continue forward. And I want you to know that when Florida leads, America wins. And I also challenge every other state to step in and step up like you see the great free state of Florida doing. Thank you, and God bless each of you.
Jay's been kind of an expeditionary lieutenant governor for us, given his background. I just want to let everybody, there's no truth to the rumor that he was participated in the Maduro raid. So just don't even go there. Those are rumors. I thank the Surgeon General. You know, he mentioned, you know, being at Harvard Medical School, and I was at the law school. I can tell you this. We are not two of Harvard's favorite graduates, given our. I mean, let's just be clear on that. And so, you know, it is what it is. So I want to thank Golden Ridge Grove. Now, what's the address if people want to come? They can come and shop, right? No. I want people. Yeah. What is it? 2129 Alturas Road, Golden Ridge Grove. So they've got juices. They've got fresh produce. I was housing some grapefruit before we came in here. It was really juicy. I had to wash my hands because the juice was amazing. So it's really, really good. And, you know, I'm looking at that Vidalia onion thing. Take that to Tom's Chicken Shack and dunk those tenders in there. So it's really good. So, yeah, so please, if you have an opportunity, they're going to put the website out on this so that parents have the ability to look and to make these decisions. And I know Joe's going to be looking at other things to kind of ferret out some of the issues that may be there. Like I said, I was always a guy that's on the shelf, just down the hatch. I would never look. But, you know, it's probably the right thing, what they're doing, First Lady and Joe, to get this in a more transparent posture. So I commend them for doing it, and we'll have more in the days and weeks to come. Okay, we got any questions? Yeah, I know. So the ramifications. So do you want to address the ramifications of lead and some of the other things?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so you know, it's one of these things where science and judgment kind of have to meet and find some balance. So scientifically, right, there's always uncertainty about. We can know that something increases risk, but quantifying that risk, and quantifying the time interval, there's always uncertainty in that. So there are models in the field of toxicology that do that type of quantification, and we actually have done that internally, and we have that. I think, though, what's most useful for Floridians is, understanding that, at least at a threshold, all of these substances are, if we were going to say, is it not bad, completely inert, a little bad, very bad, they're all in the very bad column. So whether, there's a difference of 10%, 20%, 30% in whatever the attributable risk is, that's not, in my opinion, as important for consumers. So we're really trying to provide enough information so that people can make better consumption decisions, but not so that people are comparing what the attributable risk is of one versus the other, because again, I don't think that's as useful for consumers. Right. So currently the website, and I wish I had a copy of it to show you, but it really is more designed for like consumers that don't have. Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. So here's a pictographic. So as you can see, there are different pictures of formula, kind of different colors, and the red circles indicate when a formula had a level of an exposure that exceeded the EPA's daily limit, and this is what the website currently looks like. Yeah, this is state funded. I didn't pay for the test myself, so yeah, this is state funded. So, I have a medical degree, but we have a lot of lawyers in the Department of Health, and it is, totally and very obviously within our purview as a public health agency to do this type of work.
How long did the test last for?
Pardon, sir?
How long did the test last for? In other words, how long would it take for it?
I'm so sorry. I'm not following your question.
How long did the test last?
Oh, I think testing like this, probably usually takes days to a few weeks, for example.
All right. And I know being in Central Florida, we're probably more Gator country, but I did want to congratulate the Miami Hurricanes on making it to the college football playoff final. The state of Florida, I mean, how many of us who grew up here, we were spoiled because every year we had 2 or 3 teams that were in the top 5, 6, 7 teams in the country. Florida State, Florida, Miami. We had a great run, and yet since the playoffs been in, until this year, no team from the state of Florida had ever won even a single playoff game. And this has been, so you basically had a run of, kind of futility. And I fought very hard publicly that Miami should be in the playoff. Because remember, they were one of the bubble teams. You had Alabama, Notre Dame, Miami. Now, I was for Miami, but also Notre Dame, and I don't think Alabama ended up playing well, but it's fine. Miami should have been in, right? And so Miami now has an opportunity to actually play for the national championship in your home stadium, and Hard Rock. And I remember, and many of you remember, we were able to have the Bucks play a home Super Bowl. Remember 2021, Tom Brady? And they were able to win at home, and I do think that's going to be an added advantage for them, as that happens. I've said this publicly a lot. We're in Tallahassee, since I got in office, and my kids have kind of grown up going to the Seminole stuff, and so they are like really big time Seminole, which is fine. Like that's not me guiding them, but like my son, who's in 2nd grade. Like, it ain't just he likes the Seminoles. Like, he hates the Gators and he hates Miami. So I said, Mason, if Miami is playing Oregon in the championship, are you going to root for Miami? Nope. Are you going to root for, if Indiana plays them, are you going to root for Miami? No, Indiana. I mean, so like, I'm like, man, like, I'm the governor. You can't be hating on Florida teams. Like, come on, let's get this going. So, and anyways, I think it's going to be a lot of fun for there. And then we also have, you know, I'm very open. I'm a Bucs fan, but I was glad to see the Jaguars make the playoffs. If we were here, you know, 2.5 months ago, I would have thought that the Bucs were on the way, you know, good. They look so good. So it was a really bad end of the season, and they didn't make it. And honestly, I mean, you know, I don't know that they would have been able to do very well under current trajectory. But the Jaguars have a great trajectory. You know, they're going to play this weekend. So we got a lot of interesting stuff going on, you know, throughout the free state of Florida, and hopefully the healthiest infant formula that you can have. So thanks, everybody. God bless.
Governor DeSantis speaking earlier today at that news conference. I want to give you a live look. We've been showing you some of these pictures throughout the afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. This is a group of protesters that has been marching through the streets of Minneapolis as protests have continued to grow throughout the day in the aftermath of that ICE shooting earlier this week. We also saw on one of the shots from the ground, you could see protesters clashing with federal agents, a couple of arrests, detainments, it appeared as well. So tensions remain high in Minneapolis today in the aftermath of that ICE shooting where Renee Good was shot and killed behind the wheel of her SUV. More news conferences earlier today. We heard school officials saying they wanted ICE to stay away from schools. We heard from the attorney, the county attorney and the state attorney general talking about their investigation into to what happened. So again, tensions remaining high today in Minnesota. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you an update on some developing story from UCF basketball. We've learned that the general manager of the UCF men's basketball program is stepping away. That would be Chris Wash, saying the decision was made to prioritize pressing family matters, including a recent health diagnosis within his immediate family that requires his time, focus, and presence. So he is stepping away at this point in the season, saying they determined that to be the most appropriate decision. So our thoughts and prayers certainly with Chris Wash and his family with the situation that they are dealing with. But again, the GM of UCF's men's basketball program stepping away right now to deal with that. I should note we do expect to hear from UCF men's basketball coach Johnny Dawkins speaking at his weekly news conference coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Coming off a week where just last weekend the Knights upset Kansas with a big win. They were ranked 25 and then ended up dropping a disappointing loss to Oklahoma State earlier this week as well. But right in the middle of Big 12 conference play, now 1 weekend on that. So we'll hear from Johnny Dawkins coming up in just a little bit. I do want to take us to Capitol Hill now, where just a little bit ago we heard from Congresswoman Kat Cammack, Republican Congresswoman from Central Florida here, who spoke on the floor of the U.S. House, and she recognized and memorialized several prominent Floridians. One of them, the Alachua County, former Alachua County fire chief, also honoring the lives of several other officials from Ocala, Gainesville, and other places as well. Here is Congresswoman Cammack on the floor of the House earlier today.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an exceptional public servant, a trusted leader, and a dear friend to myself and everyone around him, Alachua County Fire Chief Harold Theus. Chief Theus was recently named Florida's Career Fire Chief of the Year, an honor that truly reflects his lifetime commitment to service, leadership, and his community. For many years now, Chief Theus and I have worked side by side on issues that matter deeply to our Alachua County community, whether it's public safety, emergency preparedness, disaster response, or ensuring that our first responders have the tools, training, and support they need to do their job safely and effectively. Harold is there. Through hurricanes, wildfires, medical emergencies, and moments of imaginable loss, Chief Theus has been a steady and trusted presence, quite literally the definition of a phone call away. Under his leadership, Alachua County Fire Rescue has set a standard for excellence, emphasizing readiness, innovation, and above all, care for the very people who wear the uniform every single day. Chief Theus understands that a strong department is built by investing in people, by mentoring young firefighters, prioritizing safety, and fostering a culture where every team member knows that they matter. That kind of leadership doesn't happen by accident. It comes from lived experience, from showing up day after day, and with the understanding of the weight of responsibility that comes with the badge. I also want to speak personally for a moment. As the wife of a first responder, I know the quiet sacrifices that families, particularly fire families, make. The missed holidays, the overtime shifts, the late night calls, the constant awareness that danger is just always part of the job. Leaders like Chief Theus don't just protect communities, they look out for our fire families too. Chief Theus understands that behind every firefighter, there is a family praying for a safe return. Mr. Speaker, Florida's Career Fire Chief of the Year is simply not an award for operational excellence. It is a recognition of character. It honors someone who embodies integrity, resilience, and service above self. And Florida being the third most populous state in the union, that is one heck of an achievement. For the people of Alachua County, Chief Theus is more than just the fire chief. He is a leader in a time of crisis, a team builder, and a man who has earned the trust of the community that he serves. For me, he is a friend, someone whose counsel I value, whose commitment I admire, and whose example reminds us all of what public service is meant to be. So today I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Fire Chief Harold Theus on a well-earned recognition and to thank him for his service. On behalf of the families that he protects, the firefighters that he leads, and the community that is safer because of his service, thank you, Chief Theus. May your example continue to inspire the next generation of first responders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a remarkable public servant, trailblazer, and beloved member of our Ocala community, former Ocala Councilmember Mary Sue Rich. At the end of last year, at the age of 85, Miss Mary Sue Rich, she passed away. Miss Mary left behind a legacy that helped shape the city of Ocala for generations. She was a woman of courage and conviction, and her life reminds us that progress is often driven not by loud moments, but by steady, faithful service over time. In 1995, Mary Sue Rich made history when she became Ocala's first Black City Council member. At a time when representation mattered deeply and change did not come easily, she stepped forward with grace and determination. She was ready to serve her community, but more importantly, she opened doors. Mary Sue Rich remained on the Ocala City Council until 2019, becoming the longest-serving council member in the city's history. Her longevity was not just a matter of years, but a testament to the trust in her that her community placed in her and the respect that she had earned through her leadership. Miss Mary was a mentor, a role model, and a living example of what it means to lead with integrity. She believed that progress comes when we bring people together, not when we divide them. Her leadership style was always rooted in listening, collaboration, and of course with a deep love for the city that she called home. Her impact is not measured in titles alone, but it is reflected in the strengthened institutions that she helped guide, the voices that she elevated, and the countless residents whose lives were improved because she cared enough to serve. You know, I remember meeting her for the first time many years ago. I was a young, freshly elected congresswoman, and she was just so gracious and kind. I recall thinking to myself how remarkable she was, someone whose tiny shoulders, she's not that tall, had been so small, but she carried so much. She was a force, a tiny titan, if you will. And that meeting that we had was actually a groundbreaking for a building that today bears her name. The dirt that we dug that day still sits on my desk. So, as we extend our sincere condolences to her family, her friends, and the entire Ocala community, we mourn her passing, but we choose to use this as a moment to celebrate a life well lived and a legacy that will endure long after this moment. Mr. Speaker, Mary Sue Rich's story reminds us why public service matters. And I ask my colleagues to join me in remembering and honoring the extraordinary life of Miss Mary Sue Rich. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember the life and service of James Bennett, a devoted public servant from Baker County, Florida, whose life was tragically cut short. His sudden loss is a painful reminder for how fragile life can be and how deeply one's individual service can touch the lives of so many. James Bennett was first elected as a Baker County Commissioner in 2014, and he approached that responsibility with seriousness, humility, and an unwavering commitment to the people that he served. He understood that local government is where public service is most personal. It's where decisions affect families and neighborhoods and livelihoods very directly. As a commissioner, he worked diligently to represent the interests of Baker County, always striving to do what he believed was right for his neighbors. And in addition to his service in Baker County, James was also the chief operating officer for Jacksport. And in that role, he played a key part in supporting one of Florida's most vital economic assets. The Port of Jacksonville is not only a driver of commerce and trade, but a source of countless jobs, thousands of jobs, and a support system for families all across Northeast Florida. James understood the importance of that mission and brought his skills and leadership to bear in service of our state's economic future. And he always did it with a smile. In fact, I'll never forget, on my last trip to Jacksport, James put on a good smile, one that he probably would have busted into laughter if he could have, as I drove one of the cranes in a dress. And for those that know about those cranes in our nation's ports, they're very tall, and they tend to have some interesting components. But he was a great sport, showing me all of the latest things that they were doing at Jacksport. You know, beyond titles and positions, James will be remembered most for his character. He was somebody who believed deeply in public service, and he respected his fellow elected officials. But more importantly, he listened to his constituents, the people who had elected him. He was always working to try to find a solution or an opportunity that would make Baker County stronger. His passing is felt deeply by his family, his friends, his colleagues, and of course, Baker County. They have lost a leader, a neighbor, a friend, someone who cared deeply about a place that we call home. To his loved ones, I extend my deepest condolences and prayers for them during this very difficult time. No words will ever do justice for pain and loss, but I hope they find comfort in knowing that James' life and his service truly mattered, and that his contributions will not be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, today we pause to remember James Bennett, not only for how he died, but for how he lived.
Representative Kat Kamick remembering a number of prominent Floridians earlier on the floor of the U.S. House. I want to take you live now to UCF. This is head coach Johnny Dawkins speaking to reporters now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Was there something that they were doing maybe that was a little different, you know, that you saw, or was it just maybe the luck of the shot maybe that kind of helped?
No, I always give them credit. I thought they did a really good job. I thought they played well together. You know, there's some guys that really can shoot the basketball, and they were able to find those guys in opportune times to knock down shots. We have to do a better job of having awareness of where players are and understanding what their strengths are and with regards to their personnel and trying to slow them down.
Coach, you mentioned how important it was to keep them off the free throw line, and obviously Cincinnati, big physical team. What do you need to see your team change?
Well, we need to be more disciplined defensively. It starts there. Whenever you're putting yourself in those compromising positions defensively, when you're picking up fouls, it usually has something to do with your discipline. You need to stay true to what the game plan is. Defend hard, but you can't foul, and that's just the nature of our sport. And I thought early in the season we were doing that a bit much. We had gotten better, and it looked like we kind of reverted back in our last game.
Coach, last game you ended up getting a lot of points off the offensive rebound, able to kind of close the gap with that with second chance points. Just how much did last game really show you guys how crucial that can be?
Well, we have some guys that definitely have a nose for the ball, and they want to rebound the basketball, and I thought they did a good job of that. You know, just being active on the glass, and some balls fell their way. Of course, the ball has to bounce right for you too. But I thought the activity was good. That's something that I think we've done, fairly well throughout the season. We have to continue to build on it as well.
Johnny, you get Cincinnati this week. Mustafa's coming back. Does that even matter? I mean, I guess when you're doing the game planning on how do you obviously know him personally because you recruited him and you coached him, but yes. What is that something that you can maybe have a little inside info to kind of coach against him?
Well, it's a new year. He's a bigger player. He's a more experienced player than when we had him, of course, because he's growing into his role. And I wish him well. I mean, I wish all those guys well. I enjoyed coaching them, but it's a different time now. Guys can make decisions and year by year to do different things, and so just root for him to have success, and I root for us to have success.
Coach, kind of on a similar note, we saw a press release today that General Manager Chris Wash is stepping down from this position. Just curious on your thoughts on that situation, what he meant to the team.
Chris was, really good for us as well. I wish Chris well. I mean, we all go through different things in life, and I understand that. And he's taken, with his family and things he has going on, and that's just, it's unfortunate. But we all understand, and we wish Chris well also.
Piggybacking off that last question, Cincinnati has been a topic of a little bit of struggle for UCF in the last few years. Obviously, a loss last year. How do you feel going into this? And does this one mean a little bit more? I mean, with the history that UCF and Cincinnati have.
Well, I mean, Cincinnati is a very talented program. I mean, Wes does a great job with his team. For us, we need to come out and really just, throw ourselves into how do we continue to get better. Make sure we play to our standards, and that's what I've told our guys. It's all about us. It's about our standards and how we go out and perform. We already know the program has a great tradition. They've had a lot of success, both in the American, of course, now they're in the Big 12 as well.
Coach, last night you mentioned that Elijah's been out with the flu for the past couple of games. Just what's his status for this upcoming game?
He's back. It's good to see him, back and getting his legs back under him. It's tough. That's something that's going around nationwide. The flu is big, and I'm glad he's gotten through it and he's moving forward.
You guys went through that. I'm sorry. You guys went through that last year, really kind of bad. You had a pretty bad bout of that. How do you did you learn anything from that? I mean, I know you have a training staff and everyone does everything and try to keep everyone to wash their hands and things, but is there something you kind of take from what you guys went through last year, maybe to help try to eliminate that, or at least limit it down a little bit?
Well, really just tried to emphasize to our guys the importance of, being aware of where you are. During the season, you got to sacrifice. I mean, your commitment is to the team, and to do that, you think of the general things, get my rest, get my sleep. You have to do those things as well. But you also got to make sure the environments that you're in, can't be around a lot of people and having contact with a lot of people, because you just never know. I mean, it just takes one guy to catch it, and he's going to spread it throughout the entire team, because there's going to be a lot of contact on the practice floor or in the game. So it's very important that you're really disciplined and try your best to sacrifice. And, I'm not going to be in big crowds unless I absolutely have to. I'm not going to have contact with a lot of people unless I absolutely have to. And then, of course, wash your hands as often as you possibly can, and those things, making sure vitamins and things that you need to try to stay healthy.
Coach, this past week you were ranked in the AP poll for the first time since 2019. I'm sure the team saw that, got a high, then you took the loss on the road. Kind of, how do you manage the outside distractions? Do you guys pay attention to that stuff, or what's your level as a coach to keep the poise?
Well, I've tried to have our guys understand the importance that you have to eliminate the noise, and it's really just what the people in the locker room or in our circle are discussing and what we're trying to, preach, because, everyone else will mean well, and that's great, but only the players and our staff and our managers really know what we're going through on a day-to-day basis. So, you got to try to keep your circle as tight as you possibly can. That way you stay level and you stay focused on the things that are most important.
What's the confidence level for a bounce-back game against Cincinnati?
Well, I'm sure our guys are, excited to get out and compete again. They're excited for another opportunity. And they realize how challenging the Big 12 is. I've tried to prepare them for it as best I could. But you have to go through, these moments and these opportunities in order to find out what you have to do to be successful. And I think our guys will grow from these experiences.
Coach, how much would you say that Oklahoma State was a wake-up call for you guys? Getting ranked in the AP top 25 and then having a game like that, learn what, works well against you.
Well, no, absolutely. It's it just shows, just how talented this league is. Every single team in our league is extremely talented. That's just what it is. I don't see, too many conferences that are from top to bottom as deep as the Big 12. And no matter who you play, it's going to be a great game. It's going to be a heck of a fight. And I think our guys learn that, by going into that game and going on the road. And that's what we have to learn from. We have to learn from these opportunities, and we have to continue to get better from these experiences.
Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny.
All right, guys. All right, you're welcome. All right, guys. Y'all take care. All right, Matt. All right, guys.
Sunday. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump on.
No, you're all right. Without the mic,
I want to follow up.
Without the mic, it's a free-for-all.
Yeah, I want to follow up on the whole. Getting sick.
You're closer too. You got the media.
That was UCF head coach Johnny Dawkins speaking to reporters there. We are now anticipating hearing from a couple of players as well. Again, the UCF Knights getting ready to play the Cincinnati Bearcats coming up this weekend. That game is Sunday, 5 o'clock at Edition Financial Arena. This comes after a week, really an up-and-down week for the UCF Knights men's basketball program beating Kansas last Saturday. That game was a 6-point win for UCF at home over Kansas. They were ranked 17 at the time, fell back a few spots after that loss, and then that helped UCF get ranked. And then they promptly lost their very next game on the road at Oklahoma State just a few days ago. That was an 11-point loss on the road to the Cowboys. So UCF hoping to bounce back. They're 1-1 in conference play. They are 12-2 overall as they get really kind of head into what's going to be a tough stretch. Cincinnati this weekend, Kansas State next week, and then they play Arizona and Iowa State as well coming up in just over a week from now. Arizona right now the top-ranked team in the nation. Iowa State also in the top 5. They're ranked number 3 right now. So Big 12 conference play going to be tough, and we will see what this Knights basketball team is made of. Well, while we are waiting for to hear from players here, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in. Let's go ahead and get you back to UCF as we're hearing from a couple of players here speaking to reporters ahead of UCF's game this weekend against the Cincinnati Bearcats. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Going harder and be as one, but we've been doing the same.
Something that was mentioned by Coach was now they get to see how tough and competitive the Big 12 is. Does that kind of now scale you guys to see how competitive this league is?
I mean, yeah, we knew coming into it, Big 12 is one of the most tougher conferences and physical conferences too.
How do you guys try to bounce off of that physicality, that gritty, tough, I guess you could say, stereotype of the Big 12?
Man, I just say, not that I say I used to it, but we've been working to it. Last year we were in the SEC, this year we're in the Big 12, so we kind of used to it. You just got to play hard, and when you get lost in the fight, you just get in the groove.
You guys had a great crowd for the Kansas game. There's probably going to be a great crowd here for Cincinnati. Cincinnati's kind of a rival for this program. What does that do for you guys to have the crowd in your that really kind of get you kind of like extra boost during these kind of games?
Yeah, I mean, I think throughout the rest of the year we should pretty much have a good crowd. The fans, they showed up, they showed out, and I feel like it's going to stay that way throughout the year. And it just means a lot. I would say for every basketball player in the world, if you have a big crowd, they're giving you that energy, feed off of them. So just feeding off the energy of the crowd is really good for us.
Riley, Jordan ended up having a tough time shooting in the last game there, going over 11 before. You had your little slump like before conference play there. Just what would be talking to him, kind of helping him through that, and what helped maybe get you through that?
Yeah, I mean, I was just telling him it's a mindset thing. At the end of the day, he's Jordan. Everybody knows he can play basketball. He's a very talented basketball player. So I was just trying to, get through his mind that, it's his self at the end of the day. So I just trying to just reiterate that to him, and he knows it. He's coming into practice, more vocal, more energy. He kind of already got it.
At the end of last game, you guys switched to a press defense. We're generating a lot of steals, a lot of open looks at the rim. Some of them didn't fall, but you guys kind of want to start out more with that kind of urgency in the next one. You guys want to play with more intensity?
Yeah, I mean, we started getting after it too late, as you said, but I kind of think it was just a mindset thing for everybody. We weren't really locked in all on the same page, and it kind of took us, to the end of the game to realize. But that's just our mistakes, and we're gonna bounce back from it.
Just from Brian, I wanted to mention you were. If I'm not mistaken, I saw that you were mentioned as an all Big 12 player of the week. Just what does that mean for you, that accolade, and to keep seeing yourself noticed on the national level?
I mean, I'm grateful, like always. But I mean, we still have a lot more work to do, a lot more things I want to achieve. So I'm just taking one day.
Time for a few more.
For both of you, last night Coach Dawkins was talking about how even if all of you guys come from different places, we talk about how Jermichael and Phoenix kind of share a connection with each other, coming from the same place. Both of you guys came here from Mississippi State, so what's that connection like with you guys coming here in the same place? Different terminology with what Dawkins uses, but both of you kind of come from the same thing and have that connection between yourselves.
You want to answer? I said me and Riley been knowing for each other for a little bit before that. So, we come in here with leadership and kind of from the same basketball environment. So, I say just we came as one together, and we got a little friendship outside of basketball. So that helps definitely on the court.
Is there anything Cincinnati? You guys have studied at Cincinnati. I mean, Mustafa Chamberlain obviously has a history here at UCF. Is there anything you saw from Cincinnati, maybe in film or something, that you guys need to focus on, or feel like there's something you gotta want to kind of pay extra special attention to?
I mean, I feel like everybody that we're going to go against has their unique game plan that they have. Whether it's their guards, their big men, but we're just going to come into another conference game. It's nothing different. We're going to scout how we scout every time. Do what we need to do and carry ourselves throughout the game. Sum it up, and that's it. That's how we look at it.
Last question.
How much was Oklahoma State served a bit of a wake-up call for you guys coming off Kansas?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of a loss hurts. Nobody likes to lose, but we just gotta take to the chest, chin up, and just carry it throughout the year, and just reflect on that loss, and just let it be the energy driving point for us to maybe have a great momentum swing.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
Thank you. Thanks. No, that's the exit. Yeah.
All right, so UCF again, big game this weekend, looking to bounce back in conference play against the Cincinnati Bearcats, 5 o'clock Sunday evening at Addition Financial Arena. We are going to step aside, take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the White House, where President Trump is expected to meet with some top oil and gas company executives in a meeting soon, around 2:30, I believe, at the White House. So we will monitor for that, see if they open that up to press and hear from the president and some of those executives meeting at the White House. And you can tell a rainy and dreary day in our nation's capital. And just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill, Congresswoman Kat Cammack recognized several prominent Floridians and honored the lives of several who recently passed away, including Floyd Sonny Tillman, who was the founder of Sonny's Barbecue, and in case you didn't know, it was a Gainesville native. Here is Congresswoman Cammack speaking on Capitol Hill on the floor of the U.S. House just a few minutes ago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the life and legacy of Floyd Tillman, or as most of us know him, Sonny. Sonny Tillman, a Gainesville native, a visionary entrepreneur, and a man who knew his barbecue, was a deeply beloved member of our Florida community whose impact will be felt for generations to come. You can't drive through South Georgia or North Florida without driving past Sonny's Barbecue. In 1968, Sonny Tillman opened a small family-owned barbecue restaurant on Waldo Road in Gainesville, Florida. In fact, it's still there today. What began as a humble neighborhood gathering place where you have picnic benches became something that was greater than just a menu. It was something where people gathered and talked about values. It was a place where people would share not just a good meal, but a great meal. Sonny believed in good food made the right way. He believed in hard work, and he believed in treating customers like family. Those simple but powerful principles became the foundation of what we now know as Sonny's Barbecue. Just 9 years later, that single Gainesville restaurant grew into not just a small franchise, but a big franchise. And today, Sonny's Barbecue is now recognized nationwide for its signature barbecue, Southern hospitality, and commitment to quality. Yet despite the company's growth and success, Sonny never lost sight of what mattered most: community, family, kindness, and connection. Sonny's story is a powerful reminder of the American dream, that with determination, integrity, grit, and heart, one person can create something lasting that brings people together. Those who knew him remember him not just for his vision, but for his warmth, his generosity, his ability to make people feel welcome and valued. It became more than a business. He created a place where families gathered, where momentous occasions took place. Friendships were formed, memories were made. On behalf of Florida's 3rd Congressional District, I want to extend my deepest condolences to Sonny's family, to his friends, and all those that were touched by his life. We are so grateful for his contributions, proud, more proud than you can imagine, to call him one of our own, and committed to remembering the example that he set. May we honor Sonny's memory by carrying forward the values that he lived by: hard work, generosity, grit, and love for community and some good barbecue.
Congresswoman Kat Cammack honoring a number of Floridians there, including several of them. We've brought you many of them. She still had a couple others who she recognized. We'll try to get those to you in our 3 o'clock hour on Fox 35 News Plus, because we are getting ready for our 2 o'clock hour of Florida Live. We've got a fully booked show for you where we're going to talk with Chris Lindsay and Marie Edinger about a couple of the stories that they are working on this afternoon. We are also going to take a look at what the process might look like for the Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro if he were to face state charges here in the state of Florida. We've heard Governor DeSantis talk about the potential of that, and something that we could see the Attorney General James Uthmeyer look into. So we are going to speak with a legal expert about how that might work, what that process would look like, especially when you consider Maduro facing the federal charges in New York, and many of these crimes that he might face charges for here in Florida are things that happened outside the United States. So we're going to have an expert break all that down for us. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more coming up in just a couple of minutes. So right now, we are going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox Local and YouTube. But we'll be back at the top of the hour. We will welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and then we will have another hour of live streaming news and weather and sports coverage for you. So keep it right here on Fox Local, and we will be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's been a busy last 3 hours on our live streaming news coverage. We appreciate you joining us if you're just now joining us here on the TV side as well. We have a busy hour ahead, including an interesting conversation coming up near the bottom of the hour, where we're going to speak with a legal expert about what the process is going to look like if Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro ends up facing state charges here in Florida. We know he's facing federal charges in New York. He's already been arrested and appeared in federal court there. Governor DeSantis has said that the state attorney general here in Florida is going to look at potential state charges against him. So what would that look like? We're going to dive into that coming up in just a little bit. But we begin today with Fox 35 in the field as we learn more about an illegal gambling raid in Leesburg and its ties to another high-profile case in the area. I want to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who joins us live now via Zoom this afternoon. And Marie, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Hi, Garrett. We are following up on that raid right now. We're outside one of the 3 alleged casinos that was just shut down last night. The one we're at right now is in Leesburg. It's called The Hub. The one we'd heard about first was called Hot Seats. That's also in Leesburg. And the one you're looking at right now, that one is actually in Umatilla and is called House of Treasures. A couple of these we had actually heard about before. There was a discovery motion filed way back in July that actually referenced Hot Seats specifically as one of the casinos potentially tied to former or suspended Sheriff Marcos Lopez's case that was in and still is in his court filings as relating to this case. There are also a number of others that are listed as potentially being owned by, associated with, or other in some capacity connected to his case. For instance, the Players Club we talked about before. There's another one called Dreamers Arcade. There are a number of different casinos that are all connected allegedly with his case. Why the action was just taken against these particular 3 last night, we're still trying to figure out. The other thing we're trying to learn more about is that Hot Seat specifically had actually already been raided by law enforcement way back in 2017. That was part of this larger operation where they wound up seizing over $200,000 from various different alleged casinos in the county. And I reached out to the Lake County Sheriff's Office to learn more about that, and they said they did shut Hot Seats down after that, but it's still been back up and running. It's still in the same spot, and it's as blatant as if you just Google the name of the business, it comes up with visible gambling operations on it with slot machines and labeled as a casino. And if you look up gambling in Lake County or gambling Leesburg, it comes up as a casino with illegal slot machines on the photos that they use to advertise it. So we're still trying to learn more about why this action was taken right now and what it could mean for the suspended sheriff's case. His co-defendants have each pleaded guilty to charges in their cases individually. He's the last one hanging on. So he did also have a court appearance scheduled yesterday, but that wound up kind of just kicking the can down the road. Nothing interesting to come out of it. But the timing for all this is interesting with that hearing having happened yesterday too.
All right, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, interesting stuff. I know you've been on this story for a while, digging into what's been going on with these operations and this investigation. We appreciate you joining us here today.
Thanks, Garrett.
Also following an interesting story out of Volusia County today, where a DeBary man who is the executive director of an assisted living facility is accused of stealing his residents' jewelry and then selling it at pawn shops. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay joins us live now via Zoom. And Chris, what a set of allegations here, and you also have an update that this suspect is now in custody.
Yes, about an hour ago, we're learning that Sean Burstein, the man accused of stealing jewelry from one of the residents at an assisted living facility, turned himself into law enforcement. That is a picture of him at a pawn shop during an encounter in which he's accused of selling multiple of these items, including an engagement ring that they say was valued at about $2,500. He received about $1,000 for several items that he turned in there. I spoke with a family member of the victim who says that the victim themselves, an 88-year-old woman, has dementia, so she was unaware of what was going on. They were able to trace him through these pawn shops and through surveillance footage to file these charges, and then today make that arrest.
So how did this come about? How were investigators able to figure out what was happening and file these charges?
Well, anytime you go to a pawn shop and you sort of make a transaction like this, they are working in tandem with local law enforcement. So in a lot of these pawn shops have partnerships with local law enforcement as well. So they were able to trace this through the pawn shops themselves. That there is a picture of from the actual shop when he was making the encounter. They went back, they spoke with the daughter-in-law and son of the alleged victim. They gave them an idea of how much this jewelry costs, etc. And then once they put out the warrant, he eventually turned himself in.
Has the sheriff weighed in on this? I imagine this is something that he would have pretty strong words about.
Yes, we're speaking with the sheriff here in a moment, but he is very adamant when it comes to vulnerable populations, as he calls it. That's our elderly people who can't fend for themselves in certain situations like this. For context, as I was speaking with the son of this victim, she has dementia. She was not aware that this was even happening. So had they not done their due diligence as family members or as law enforcement, they may have never discovered this. So he is very adamant about making sure that he protects communities like these, and he's going to do whatever he can to get a conviction from the suspect.
And Chris, this is something investigators believe had been going on for a while.
Yes, so at least a few weeks. So we're working right now to learn if there are other victims. The Volusia County Sheriff's Office wants anyone who could be a potential victim to move forward. Again, this is a assisted living facility, so it's possible that items went missing without there being noticed and things like that. So they're asking everyone to just take an inventory because as of right now, he's only being charged for this allegedly stealing from this one person, but it's possible as the executive director of the facility with access to different types of rooms and spaces that there are other potential victims.
And 93 pieces of jewelry, including that engagement ring you talked about there. Certainly a wild set of allegations there against this suspect. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
So stay tuned for more updates on those stories that we were just talking about with Marie and Chris. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with much more live streaming news, weather, and sports coverage on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to start today in Bartow, where Governor Ron DeSantis held a press conference this morning. He was joined by First Lady Casey DeSantis, as well as the state Surgeon General, Dr. Joe Ladapo. Now, this press conference, they were all speaking about baby formula. The Department of Health ran tests on 24 types of formula, and they found that 2/3 of them had chemicals that exceeded federal standards. The Surgeon General said this is not a warning telling parents not to use baby formula, but rather it's an opportunity to help them make more informed decisions. Dr. Ladapo held up a chart this morning that showed 24 types of formula from brand names such as Infamil and Similac, but they also showed other types as well. Now, it's not clear how the state chose these formulas to test because not every type from every brand was listed on that chart, but they rated the formulas on the presence of 5 chemicals: arsenic, cadmium, lead, mercury, as well as pesticides. They did not release the study's statistical findings. They just have on their website whether those chemicals were found at all in the samples that were tested. Now, Dr. Ladapo said science and judgment here needs to meet and find a balance. The companies that make baby formulas said in part that they have multiple quality controls to satisfy all regulatory requirements. And the governor said that they are going to have more tests like these on other products, and those findings will be released soon. Garrett?
All right, interesting stuff there to hear them talk a lot about that at that news conference earlier today. Now, our second story in the Tampa connection, and quite the sighting.
Yes, that's right. A couple off the coast of Venice, they actually saw a great white shark about 27 miles offshore. Now, Captain Brad Clark and his wife Yvette, they took some friends out fishing on Wednesday, and that's where they saw that great white shark. Now, while sightings are rare, this isn't unheard of. 27 miles straight west of the Venice jetty, that's where the couple and their friends encountered this great white shark. But as quickly as that shark appeared, it disappeared back into the water. Now, we did speak with Dr. Bob Huter. He is the first director of Mote Marine Laboratory Center for Shark Research. Now, he held that title before he retired. Now, he told us that he is confident it is a legitimate sighting. And while it is unusual to see a great white 27 miles offshore, it is not unprecedented. Huter is also an advisor for OSearch, and that has studied sharks for decades. Now, that organization tags and tracks sharks, and they've tagged around 110 great whites along the Atlantic coast. Huter said about half a dozen great whites are currently in the waters of the Gulf, and it is common for them to be off of the coast of Florida during this time. Now, nearly 2 years ago, Brad Clark and his wife also had a chance to swim with a great white shark, along with a researcher connected to the Discovery Channel. That swim happened in March 2024 off the coast of Venice, where a 44-foot sperm whale had beached itself and died. The whale was taken miles off the coast to let its body decompose, and that's where sharks, including great whites, were found feeding off of the carcass. Now, even after all that, the Clarks and their friends, they now have a huge fishing tale to tell. Garrett?
Oh, there is no doubt about that. I tell you, I wouldn't mind seeing it if I were in a boat like that, but swimming with a great white shark, no way. No way.
Yeah, I don't know if I would feel comfortable swimming with a great white shark. Probably, definitely not at all. Not even if I was in a boat, maybe if it was far enough in the distance away, then I would like to see it. But even kind of close up to the boat, I'd be worried that maybe it could topple us over or something.
Yeah, I've seen the movie Jaws too many times, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, a little less harmful of a marine creature, and we're talking a big rubber duck. What's the story with this in Clearwater?
Yes, Clearwater residents, they woke up to find this giant rubber duck this morning. It is inflatable, and it is touted as the world's largest. Crews began inflating this duck around 6:30 this morning. The duck is known as Mama Duck, and when it is fully upright, the bright yellow duck towers more than 6 stories tall and stretches 61 feet into the air. Now, this process is part spectacle, part precision work. Workers carefully unrolled the duck's vinyl body, connected the industrial blowers, and slowly brought Mama Duck to life as the sun came up this morning. The inflation took time, coordination, and the right conditions to keep it keep that duck steady as it filled with air. Now, beyond the spectacle, the installation is expected to draw spectators from across the region and generate a notable economic impact for the area. Now, Coachman Park transformed in a matter of hours, going from open waterfront space to home of this giant floating icon. And for anyone passing through downtown Clearwater, they definitely noticed this huge rubber duck this morning. And yes, Garrett, it is ridiculous, but that is part of the appeal. Now, once that installation wraps up, it will remain at Coachman Park for the next few weeks. The city plans to host multiple events surrounding this duck, including a 5K run, and they are also planning movie nights featuring movies with the word duck in it. Garrett?
I love it. Well, it definitely is getting people's attention. Everyone, it looks like, stopping to take a picture or at least kind of do a little bit of a double take.
Yes, it's definitely a surprise, especially if you weren't expecting it and you're living in Clearwater and you get up to go to work and all of a sudden you see this giant duck at Coachman Park. I'm sure it was a surprise, but it's also an attention getter and it draws people to the area. So it's definitely going to be an economic impact for the city of Clearwater.
Yeah, everybody doing a little bit of a rubber necking to get a second look at that. Okay, that was a pity laugh. It's okay, Nancy. Well, we appreciate you joining us here for our Tampa Connection. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay. Thanks for checking in.
Thank you.
Let's give you a live look right now at Space Launch Complex 40, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, where it looks like that SpaceX launch of Starlink satellites has been delayed about another hour. It's now looking closer to 4:30. So continuing to track that. I want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who joins me now. And Laurel, we've been talking to about the big news, the historic and unprecedented step that NASA is going to be bringing home Crew 11 from the ISS early because of a medical issue for one of the astronauts.
Yeah, the big thing is that the medical issue or situation was not revealed, and also who it was that has this medical issue or this medical situation was also not revealed, just in order to maintain privacy, which completely understandable. But this medical issue and the relieving of a crew from the ISS, this is the first time this has happened in NASA's history, which is pretty crazy in the 50-something years that they've been doing this. It has been absolutely pretty much smooth sailing with the exception of a couple of delays, but this is the first time they're sending a crew home early because of a medical situation.
Yeah, and bring some challenges with it too, trying to make sure that they can, obviously nothing, an emergency, because we knew they had the option to bring them home immediately,
right,
which they're not taking. We still don't know yet. We're hoping to find out, I think today or tomorrow from NASA, kind of what the timetable might be for that.
Correct, and as of right now, they're trying to keep everything the same. The splashdown site is trying to remain the same. It's more just like, when are they going to find a great weather opportunity in order to get these astronauts home safely? And again, this is the first time it's happened. So apparently the incident happened on Wednesday. They made the call on Thursday in order to bring everybody home. And with that, the two American astronauts that were in Crew 11, this is Zena Cartman and Mike Fink, they were on board with a Japanese and a Russian astronaut and cosmonaut. And with that, they're going to be leaving another crew that's up in the International Space Station kind of on hold for a little while. So they're trying to send Crew 11 home early from the International Space Station and then possibly send Crew 12 up early. So that's something that's going to be a little bit tricky to find out, because right now they're in their training aspects of everything. And that's something that NASA really stresses, that this was not an emergency by any means. This is more of a precautionary call in order to make sure everyone is staying safe, staying healthy, and they think just this medical issue is just going to be better treated on Earth. One thing that I didn't really know is that the International Space Station quite literally is a hospital up in space. They have an entire pharmacy. Of course, you can just get a toothache, a headache. They have plenty of, just the typical things that you have in your drug closet. But overall, there's always a couple of things that you just can't plan for. And again, this is not an emergency by any means, but it is definitely something that's a little unusual, taking a crew home early.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that situation as it develops. Now let's talk Florida Live forecast here. We know a lot of events going on this weekend, and going to be a nice and warm weekend for it.
For the most part, if you have any plans, especially on Saturday, that's going to be a good to go day for sure. Here's a look over Orange County right now. This is from our Evermore Resort, but the Evermore Resort has a great view of Epcot and Hollywood Studios that you can see right there. And something really exciting happening this weekend is the Disney Marathon weekend. The half marathon is tomorrow. The full marathon is on Sunday. And there are also little challenges that I didn't really think about that a lot of the runners actually do. There is a dopey challenge. So on Thursday was the 5K, this morning was the 10K, tomorrow is the half marathon, and Sunday is the full marathon. Some runners do all four. Garrett, absolutely not. I don't think I can do that, but I know you're planning on running a marathon very soon.
Yeah, mine's in just a couple of weeks in celebration.
Do you think you'd be able to do a dopey challenge?
I could do it. The problem would be getting up that early because those races at Disney start so early in the morning. So that's a lot of early mornings in a row. The mileage I could handle. It's the getting up in the middle of the night for 4 straight days. That would be tough. So kudos to everyone who is doing that.
Seriously, you are doing something that I would absolutely never be able to do. And the call time just for runners alone is 2 in the morning. Absolutely not. So good job to any of those racers who are doing the dopey challenge this weekend. Good luck from all of us here at Fox 35. But also Saturday, the very rare January beach day. It's going to be beautiful, temperatures throughout the low 80s, and it's just going to be a stunning weekend overall. Also happening this weekend is Monster Jam. That is on Saturday as well. Doors open at 5 p.m., looking at partly cloudy skies with temperatures in the upper 70s, cooling down into the low 70s and upper 60s as the event is wrapping up, but it looks like a monster good time out there. Taking a look for your Saturday. Sunday, though, it's still going to be a great weekend, but things are going to be deteriorating just a little bit. We're expecting a frontal boundary to move through. That's going to amp up the clouds and maybe bring in a shower or two as we take a look ahead to Sunday. Big changes on the way on Monday. Garrett, I hope you're ready for a cool down.
I am not ready for a cool down, but I don't have much of a choice, so I will have to be ready for a cool down.
I hope you are, because we're really just in that pattern of like a cold front moves through, temperatures drop. I feel like I'm switching between my summer and winter wardrobe constantly within a week. So yeah, that's kind of just what we're going to continue to ride through the rest of January.
It's kind of how it is this time of year around here.
How it is. We just got to ride with the flow.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's all you can do. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We're continuing to talk a lot about Venezuela this week. The ousted Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, in federal court this week in New York, where he is answering 2 federal charges. But we also know Governor Ron DeSantis here in Florida has said that the state and Attorney General James Othmeyer are looking into the possibility of state charges against Maduro. So how would that work? What does the law allow? What would that process look like? And how would this all kind of interact with the federal case? Bringing in a criminal defense attorney and legal expert now to talk with us about that. This is Rory Safir, the founder of Safir Law. And Rory, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I'm happy to answer any kind of questions. I do criminal defense. I'm in the Tampa Bay area. So I can absolutely answer any questions that you have.
Well, Rory, we appreciate you joining us and sharing your expertise. It's interesting to hear, I think, the governor say something about that. How would that work? How can that work? State charges against someone like the leader of a country like Venezuela with these potential crimes happening outside the country. How would something like this work if that's something that the state Attorney General's office moves forward with?
So I like how you asked that question, because it's not a matter of if Florida could bring charges. It's a matter of whether they could prove it and whether it's worth even pursuing. The reason I say that is because, that you might think there are some kinds of double jeopardy considerations, whether someone can be prosecuted both under a state jurisdiction as well as a federal jurisdiction. And that is possible. They could do that. There's something known as the separate sovereigns doctrine. It's based on a U.S. Supreme Court case that, more or less says that, yes, they could prosecute. It's not necessarily double jeopardy. I'm sure the defense lawyers will still, would still raise those defenses, and that would be litigated. But they could. It's just very complex because they have to actually prove that not just that Maduro generally affected the United States, but that he specifically had conduct that affected Florida. So it could be very difficult for the prosecutor to prove.
How would they even go about doing that without, kind of interfering with that federal investigation as well? How would they even start to kind of review that and look into that?
And that was what, that was what I was getting at with, whether it's worth pursuing. Just looking at the federal charges, which are, of course, going to take, well, maybe not, of course, but they're going to take precedent over any state level charges. That's just how things work in practice. And I think the gun charge alone that he's facing there's got a 30-year mandatory minimum. And I think the narco drug trafficking, I believe, is 20 years. So those are the minimums. I mean, they're life sentences potentially. So if he's convicted on those federal charges, there's not really, is it worth the resources to still pursue? It's not for me to decide, but to still pursue under a state theory if he's already convicted federally. So federal case would happen first. Whether they're willing to work with Florida or other states as far as prosecuting at the same time, probably they wouldn't, but technically, I suppose they could.
How would something like that work without violating double jeopardy rules? So what would that look like, that overlap look like?
Yeah, so that's the separate sovereigns doctrine. So, of course, the defense attorneys are going to challenge under double jeopardy, but there's a case, I believe it's United States versus Gamble. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case, kind of similar idea, where you can have state and federal charges, over the same course and conduct. So again, it's not a matter. There's just so much more complexity to it, though. It's not just double jeopardy. It's, can they actually prove that something happened in Florida? And not just generally over, on a national scale.
Yeah, I can only imagine what that investigation would look like. So when we hear that they are reviewing the statutes and looking at this, like you've explained to us, that doesn't necessarily mean that anything is going to happen right away, because there's a lot of work that prosecutors would have to do before any charges or anything like that would actually be filed.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, like I was saying, so first the federal case is going to take priority. So that's going to be handled first. That could take, obviously it's a complex case in its own right. It could take a very long time. Most states, I would probably be reluctant to prosecute someone if they're already going away on a federal case, just as a matter of whether the resources are worth it. But it could, if it were to happen, it would take place probably after the federal case. It would be too difficult probably to prosecute at the same time, unless the federal prosecutors were willing to do that, which I can't imagine they would. But as far as extradition and so forth, that hurdle is at least out of the way because he's already in custody. So it would just be a matter of, that's usually the major legal hurdle. But since he's already in custody in the U.S., that's less of an issue.
Is this something that happens, or would this be a rare and pretty unique circumstance to see?
I think so. Yeah, for all of the reasons that have already been mentioned. I don't want to, I don't know if it's. I'll just stick to the legal aspects of it. It just doesn't. If you've already got someone potentially going away, depending on how that federal case goes, it just kind of seems kind of fruitless to pursue a state case.
Well, Rory Safir, founder of Safir Law, criminal defense attorney, legal expert, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today and sharing your expertise and your perspective with us.
Thanks. I appreciate you guys having me on, and have a great weekend.
All right, you do the same. Going to be interesting to see what all happens with that, and I think really interesting to hear him talk about all the things that would have to go into that decision. So we will watch and see what happens in the coming weeks and months as those cases move forward. Well, Senator Ashley Moody was at the U.S.-Mexico border earlier today. She was with a group of Republicans who were there at the southern border holding a news conference about the impact of the working families tax cuts on border security in the country and economic prosperity. Here's Senator Moody speaking at that news conference earlier today.
Put it simply, this country was founded so that we could live among one another under a rule of law. And no one can contest that this country is stronger and safer today because of new leadership that values the enforcement of the rule of law and supports the men and women that show up every day tirelessly to enforce it. You've heard a lot about this wall behind us and how hard we fought to make sure that there were resources for this wall, but I want to direct your attention to a road that leads to this wall that comes from the other side of the border. It is empty. Not one person coming down this road. If you ask the men and women of Border Patrol standing with us today, they would tell you that these roads were packed under the Biden administration. Packed. Because not only did they encourage it with their communication, they destroyed into any semblance of the rule of law, the enforcement of the rule of law. In fact, they welcomed everyone, and they tell me that the people coming over here said they were angry if they didn't pick them up soon enough and take them to the processing center. As Florida's Attorney General, I fought tooth and nail for the safety of Florida's communities and our families. I did that as a mother who was concerned for the safety of our children. I did that as the wife of a law enforcement officer who knew that every day these men and women were trying to show up, but we had sieges of unvetted individuals not only welcomed but pushed into our country by the hundreds of thousands every month under the Biden administration. When I finally got a judge to say the Biden administration had turned this wall, this border, into nothing more than a line in the sand, when we got that ruling, hundreds of thousands of people came over that border in 1 month. Look at the empty roads. You know how many people the Trump administration has pushed into this country this month? 0. Leadership matters. I am so proud to be with new leadership in Congress that has delivered resources to the Border Patrol, that has said we are going to make sure there are resources going to coordinate the placement of children that were trafficked under the Biden administration, but now we're hunting down where they are and making sure that they're safe. We're going to make sure, after we did a grand jury in Florida and found that some of these kids under Biden administration were being put with traffickers, were being sent to strip clubs, empty lots. As an American, that cannot happen. And as the wife of a law enforcement officer, I can tell you what it means to local law enforcement to be able to help with the security of this country and get reimbursed for that and be supported in that. Republicans value the enforcement of the rule of law. We support the men and women of law enforcement. Democrats valued pushing foreign nationals unvetted into the country, and make no mistake, they now support those foreign nationals and the foreign money coming over to the coordinated efforts attacking our law officers. They support the subversion of the rule of law. There can be no doubt about that. So today of all days, Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, I am grateful that you gathered here today to be here and witness what we care about. We care about enforcing the law. We care about supporting the men and women of law enforcement. And we will continue to fight passionately to make sure that this country is secure. To all the men and women of law enforcement across this country, to our brave Border Patrol officers, all of us standing here today say thank you. Thank you on Law Enforcement Appreciation Day.
Senator Ashley Moody speaking along the Texas-Mexico border earlier today. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Live look right now, you can see Spaceship Earth. That's a great shot of it at Epcot on this Friday afternoon. Listen up, Florida residents, as we welcome you back into Florida Live here, because there's a new ticket offer that is available for Florida residents only to go to Walt Disney World and several of the parks between January and May. A new deal called the Discover Disney ticket offer that was just announced. I talked earlier with Theron White. He's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info. That's everything you need to know. And he broke down everything you need to know about that ticket offer and really how to make the most of it if that is something you're looking to do.
For Florida residents, this is a great deal.
So let's start by talking about the Discover Disney ticket offer. What all does that include and what do people need to know about it?
So it's actually a better deal than I feel like Disney usually does. It doesn't require you to skip Magic Kingdom. You don't have to do it back to back to back. And you can pick a 3-day or a 4-day. There's even upgrade options. So for $271.58 after tax, you can get a 4-day Disney ticket. Those are going to go from January 12th to May 16th. You can spend 2 days at Magic Kingdom, 1 day at Epcot, 1 day at Hollywood Studios. You can mix it up. You can go to all 4 parks. It's actually very, very flexible, which is what I think makes this such a great deal. And for about $255 before tax, that's a lot cheaper than it is to visit the parks anyway. I mean, we're looking at about $64 for if you get the 4-day. You're looking at $79 if you're going to get the 3-day. The pricing of those two is so close that I would push you to do all 4 because, I mean, you're $20 away from an extra day at Disney World. And I just think that it's a really, really great option.
What about the park hopper add-on? Do you think that would make sense to do for someone, or does it just make more sense just to do the 4-day ticket as it is?
That's totally up to how you think you want to use your vacation. So there's some people that they just want to go to one park. They want to have a full immersive day. But if you're someone that wants to maximize your time and you want to get that park hopper option because it's just $40, you could go to Disney's Animal Kingdom in the morning and spend all day there and do their attractions. And because Animal Kingdom closes early, you could use that park hopper and transfer over to Magic Kingdom and still have numerous hours inside of the park. As you know, they've got their new Starlight Parade. It's their nighttime parade. They've also got their fireworks shows. So you could really maximize your day if you wanted to do the park hopper, or if you say, look, I just want to stay at one park for the day, then maybe you don't need to spend that extra money. I think it definitely comes down to how crazy of a vacationer you are. I like to use every possible second that the parks give me. So for me, it might work out, but maybe you don't want to be able to spend all that time, especially if you have younger kids and you kind of need a break at the end of a day.
And theme park reservations are required, but you don't have to visit all of the parks. You can use one of your days at a park multiple times.
That is absolutely correct. And when I just checked right before this interview, I went and saw Disney's kind of options of what they had. As of right now, when we're saying this, there is not a single day that you cannot visit. Every day for every single park was open. So if you go and buy this ticket, you should be able to pick if you want to go to Magic Kingdom on a Saturday, if you want to go to Epcot on a Tuesday, it doesn't matter. You can also go to Epcot in the morning. If you have the park hopper, you can jump to Magic Kingdom. Or if you didn't give that, go to Epcot in the morning, leave, go to your house, come back later that day and be able to still enjoy Epcot at that park. And what's great is during this time leading up until May, Disney's going to be reopening a lot of their attractions. They've been working to do a lot of updates for some of their rides, specifically over at Magic Kingdom. And they've got some things that are on the way. And so it's great that you can not only just have this, but you are walking into a park that's getting some new options. Not every new thing that's coming out this year will be within this window, but a lot of great updates specifically for Magic Kingdom are on the way.
What are some of those things that we're going to be seeing during that window?
We're going to be getting a return of Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin. That is a classic Magic Kingdom attraction. That ride is going to be reopening with a new animatronic. It's also going to have a different bit of gameplay. So if you ever shot at those targets, it's kind of hard to tell, am I shooting that target? I don't know if the red laser is exactly right for me. Disney understands that. So the new guns, the new blasters that they're using in the targets is going to make that a lot easier for you to be able to understand, which is great not only for kids but for adults, because sometimes you don't exactly know. So they are fixing that one. They're also going to be bringing back Big Thunder Mountain Railroad with some additional magic. Disney has not said exactly what that's going to be, but they're re-updoing the track. They're adding some special effects. And so because of that, if you love Big Thunder Mountain, you're going to go on a ride that's a little bit smoother, some more effects, and I think there's some surprises that they're pulling over from Disneyland, but they have not yet confirmed that. We've also got over at Epcot, the Frozen Ever After attraction. They're going to be updating some of those animatronics to be a little bit better. They had, if you've ever been on that, like projection faces. Cool at the time, but Disney realized that wasn't the best idea, so they're going to be using some of the tech that they've recently added over into Hong Kong Disneyland and Disneyland Paris. So we're even getting an updated version of that over at Epcot.
And then have some of the festivals going on as well, too, at Epcot that folks can take advantage of and explore.
Exactly, yes. The Festival of the Arts is starting very, very soon. I personally love this festival. We've got the Disney on Broadway stars that are there. We've got specialty food items and things you can go and check out, as well as local and international artists. But my all-time favorite time of year, by far, is the Flower and Garden Festival at Epcot. It is gorgeous. It's stunning. I wish it looked that beautiful all year long. And there is a long window for you to be able to use that with that ticket. So you could go there and just have a wonderful day at Epcot, eat some snacks, enjoy the flowers, or Festival of the Arts. Or you could spend all 4 tickets at Epcot. That's what I really like about this, is this ticket really is not restricted. We've seen in the past that Disney's done discounts where they're like, look, you can't go on a Saturday, you can't go to Magic Kingdom, you have to do this, you have to use these parks. And that's where I think that this Discover Disney deal is a lot better than what we've seen maybe last year and even for the past couple of years. Is combined with the price and the flexibility, you can really make the Disney trip whatever you want. It looks like Disney's really pushing to get Florida residents to come and visit their parks over the next couple of months.
And like you said, it is a pretty wide window of opportunity there for people to use these tickets. But like you said, people should know that there are a couple of things of those updates and those changes that are coming that they won't be seeing in that window.
That is correct. So there is a lot of things that Disney is doing in 2026, and while this will include some of them, it won't include all of them. One of them is going to be the update to the Millennium Falcon attraction over at Disney's Hollywood Studios. It's going to be getting an update about the Mandalorian and Grogu based off of the new movie. This will not fit in that timeline. Same thing, we're getting a Soaring Over America update at Epcot. So there's a couple of ride changes. Same thing with the Muppets at Rock and Roller Coaster. All of those say summer, and then some of them have specific dates that are after these tickets no longer work. So you won't get every single update that is happening. But at the same time, if you have visited Walt Disney World when those rides open, sometimes it can be very, very busy. So you might be glad that you're visiting the parks before they get a brand new Mandalorian update or something changing for Epcot. So you're not going to get all of them in, but for this discount, you are going to be seeing a lot of changes, specifically, like I said, for Magic Kingdom. That's really where the biggest benefit is coming from. I mean, Magic Kingdom tickets did peak over $200 last year in 2025 for select days. So the fact that you could visit Magic Kingdom now for $64 is a great, great deal.
And also an add-on for water parks.
Yeah, there are ways that you can upgrade these tickets. You can do everything from adding on water parks to adding on golf to doing the park hopper like we said. So you can really customize this. And again, that is why I think that this deal does stand out more so than others. If you want to have something where you go to the water park in the morning and then you go to Magic Kingdom at night and the next day you want to park hop from Hollywood Studios over to Animal Kingdom, you can go in and fully customize this vacation to what you're trying to do. And as you know, Florida residents already get discounts at some of the Disney hotels. So if you want to go and buy a Disney hotel and then you want to buy these tickets, you can just jump all around and make a full 4-day vacation out of this. I think it's also important to note that Disney explicitly says this is not needed for consecutive. You do not have to start on a Monday and be done by Thursday. You can do 2 days here and then 1 day there and then another day here. So if you're someone that lives close enough to be able to drive and make a day out of it, you can also do that. Just do one Sunday here and then a Saturday and then a Tuesday. Again, customization is the number one benefit of this ticket option.
Yeah, that's a great option to be able to have, especially for, like you said, those of us who live closer and can do that, don't necessarily need those. So just kind of bottom line, the best way to make the most of this offer.
If it was me personally, what I would do is I would be buying the 4-day ticket for just about $20 more total over the 3-day ticket. To me, that's a no-brainer, especially if you're trying to visit all of the Disney parks and you haven't been in a couple years. If you're someone that wants to really maximize every second you're getting out of this, you can also add on the park hopper. Now, me personally, I don't know that I would add on the water park tickets or add on the golf tickets, only because those are things that are going to take up a lot of your time and are maybe something separate. Disney already offers a pretty good discount for Florida residents to visit their water parks and to go golfing. But the park hopper option could be a great one if you're trying to use up all of your time. And if you don't want to jump around from park to park, you don't have to get that. An important thing to note, this does not include parking. But if you go and pay to park at one of the Disney parks, it works at any park you visit. So if you park in the morning at Magic Kingdom and you decide you want to park hop to Epcot, they're not going to charge you again. You just keep your receipts and you can go back and forth, and that's all going to be included for 1 day's price as well.
And let me ask you too, because there is another option, 2-day, 2-park ticket offer that is Epcot and Animal Kingdom only.
Yeah, that discount and that deal to me is not as good as an option of this. I mean, if those are just the 2 parks you want to go to and it kind of fits within your budget, that might work out. But when you look at the pricing, you're going to be limited to a specific park. You're going to be limited to a specific time. That one to me is not as great of a deal unless it just happens to work out and that's exactly what you're wanting to visit anyway. Then maybe that could work for you. But for just a couple more dollars, which I know when you talk about adding on $100 for a kid here and a kid there, that can pile up really quick. But this deal here specifically, the Discover Disney one to me, is a lot better when it comes to some of those options than it is to get this. I mean, the difference of $250 to visit any park you want for 3 days or $190 to be able to go to specifically just these 2 parks. I don't know. This one to me is not selling me as much.
All right, so the 4-day ticket sounds like the best value and the best way to kind of get the bang for your buck for these Florida residents with that Discover Disney deal.
Exactly, yeah. That would be by far my ultimate choice is the 4-day Discover Disney deal. And if you're a Florida resident only, if anyone else is seeing this, unfortunately you can't do that. But if you're a Florida resident, you can go and you can enjoy this.
Darren White telling us everything we need to know about the Discover Disney ticket offer earlier today. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Did you stay up late last night to watch the end of the Miami Hurricanes Ole Miss Rebels game in the Fiesta Bowl with a national championship berth on the line? It was quite the fourth quarter. The Miami Hurricanes came out with the win, and now they'll get to play for a national championship in Miami. How about that? What a season it's been for the Canes. They almost didn't even make the playoffs. And now here they are with the chance to play for a national championship. They'll find out their opponent tonight, Indiana, Oregon. That game coming up a little bit later this evening. Now, earlier today, I had the chance to speak with Tim Walters. He's the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, who gave us his reaction and to the matchup and what we're going to be watching for as they move forward. You're also going to hear some of the post-game sound from the head coach and players of the Miami Hurricanes after the game last night.
Through the first half, it was nice and tight, and right there before the half, they doink that field goal off the post there. I love the sound that makes, regardless of what team gets that. But then, yeah, you're coming down to the fourth quarter, and it's 17-16, Miami leads, and then Ole Miss gets the field goal. Then you get the big play where Miami retakes the lead, Malachi Toney on the 36-yard reception. Then when Ole Miss takes the lead again with, about 3 and change left, I think it was 3:13, you're thinking to yourself, that's too much time for Miami. Miami then goes down, scores on that keeper by Carson Beck. And then Ole Miss gets the ball back with like 18 seconds. And they get 40 yards and then they get a chance at the end zone. And, ultimately they don't get it. But it was just that was a nail biter. That fourth quarter was like watching Rocky and Apollo Creed go at it. It was so awesome. And that's just the start of it, with a game tonight and then leading into the NFL. So it's great.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Tonight, Indiana and Oregon, and that national championship going to be played in Miami. So that's even cooler for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, basically a de facto home game, right? They're going to have plenty of advantage. I don't know how the Indiana contingent travels, but Oregon, that's about a 2,800-mile trip for those who may want to come from Oregon should they win. You know, the storylines for either would be great. Indiana, the Cinderella story, could be the first 16-0 team in the history of college football. You got Miami, who almost was left out of the dance, even though they won a head-to-head with Notre Dame, which ultimately got them in there, and now they've rolled through the playoffs. And then if they play Oregon, if Miami plays Oregon, you have, their coach versus his old team. So either way, but I think ultimately Indiana is probably going to pull this one out. And then that's going to set up January 18th, Miami and Indiana. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm with you there.
Honestly, I don't, football isn't complicated. People are. And I think when you start jumping off sides and get some of these pre-snap penalties, you complicate things for yourself. I think it's the simplicity of these guys. They know exactly who they are, and they know what it took to get us to this point, and they were not settling for getting to this point just to get here. 1-0 was the objective, and they weren't going to let anything get in the way. So all they did was do what they do every single day on a Green Tree practice field, and did it to an elite level to finish the game. Again, I can't speak more highly or proudly enough of them and their resilience. For us, I guess it's the simplicity of we just let our play on the field take care of itself and answer any and all questions. I don't think you can. I know a lot of times I think narratives take over, popularity, social, the media in general, and this game's never been about that. And I think these guys proved that after November 1st, 69 days ago, I think is what it was. They made a simple decision to bring energy every single day into the building and just get a little bit better and find a way to be 1-0. And, we haven't been home in a long time. We've been on the road for 5 straight games, and it's because of their work, their commitment, their belief, and their trust, and the confidence they have in each other.
Well, they will be home with a chance to win a national championship. And again, they'll find out their opponent tonight. Indiana, Oregon, they play at 7:30. Going to be tough to beat Indiana, but we'll see what Oregon can do. Let me give you a live look right now at the White House, where President Trump is expected to be meeting shortly with oil and gas company executives. That meeting was supposed to start around 2:30. It was delayed. Hoping it happens in the next few minutes here. If you are joining us on Fox Local and YouTube, our live streaming news coverage is going to continue right on the other side of this break. So you can stick with us for more coverage of that, and we'll try to get you inside the White House as soon as that meeting begins and they open that up to the press. So we're out of time here on Florida Live. But again, our live streaming news coverage continues next on Fox Local and YouTube. And then we'll be back here on a Monday at 2 o'clock for more Florida Live. But the news never stops on Fox Local. Download that on your smart TV and on your cell phone as well, so you can always stay up to date. Well, thanks for joining us, and we will see you shortly.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. This is the live look inside the White House, where we are expecting President Trump any minute now to join this meeting with a number of oil and gas companies and executives. Let me give you a look at his social media post about this meeting earlier today, saying the largest oil companies in the world are coming to the White House at 2:30 p.m. Everybody wants to be there. It's too bad that the ballroom hasn't been completed, because if it were, it'd be packed. We apologize to those oil companies that we cannot take today, but Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum, we'll see them over the next week. Everyone is in daily contact. Today's meeting will almost exclusively be a discussion on Venezuelan oil and our long-term relationship with Venezuela, its security, and people. Very big factor in this involvement will be the reduction of oil prices for the American people. Additionally, and perhaps most importantly of all, will be the stoppage of drugs and criminals coming into the United States of America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And here is another angle at the inside the White House ahead of that meeting. You can see Chris Wright, the Secretary of the Department of Energy, on the right there. With his back turned to us is Doug Burgum, who's the Secretary of Interior. And then I can't tell who the other gentleman standing there is. But a lot of officials and executives inside this room for this meeting. Do want to show you one other Truth Social post here, and that's saying from Donald Trump on the subject of oil and these oil tankers. Today, the U.S., in coordination with the interim authorities of Venezuela, seized an oil tanker which departed Venezuela without our approval. The tanker now on its way back to Venezuela, and the oil will be sold through the great energy deal which we have created for such sales. Thank you for your attention to this matter. There's the Vice President, J.D. Vance, who just walked in the room. So I would expect this to begin shortly. Let me show you another angle where we can see Marco Rubio inside the room as well. He has been very busy lately with a lot of things going on. The former senator from the state of Florida. And now we can see both of these angles here. In fact, Marco Rubio making light on social media the other day after the Miami Dolphins fired their head coach, and he essentially said, with everything going on, in fact, let me just go ahead and pull that tweet up for you real quick here so you can see it. I don't normally respond to online rumors, but feel the need to do so at this moment. I will not be a candidate for the currently vacant head coach and GM positions with the Miami Dolphins. I never know what the future may bring. Right now, my focus must remain on global events and also the precious archives of the United States of America. There's been a lot made of the numerous roles that Marco Rubio has been holding in the presidential administration, and so just kind of making light of that in a tweet on social media. There's Secretary Rubio, Secretary Burgum, and J.D. Vance, the Vice President, looking out the windows of the White House, maybe looking to see if President Trump's on the way. We do expect this event to begin shortly. When we were talking about the GM positions of the Miami Dolphins, the head coach position as well, in that tweet from Marco Rubio, I should note that the Dolphins did fill that GM position. We also talked about that with Tim Walters earlier today. You can find that conversation online if you'd like to see more about that. And here's some of the names for the potential head coaching opening as well. So we are standing by for this event to begin any minute now at the White House. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll get you back in time for this to begin. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back. Here's President Donald Trump just walking into the room, this event getting ready to begin. So let's go ahead and listen in as he makes his way to his seat. A number of executives of oil and gas companies. Let's go ahead and listen in here.
Well, it's a great honor to be with among the biggest companies in the world, by far, I would say. And we're doing tremendous things. Our country is doing very well. You saw the numbers that got released today, yesterday. Deficits cut way, way, way back at levels that nobody's ever seen before, setting records. And the numbers coming into our country are unprecedented. And we're doing really well. We had a situation 3 days ago with Venezuela, and we're getting along extremely well with the people of Venezuela, both the people and the people that are running Venezuela. I just want to thank our military. What they've done is incredible. That was considered unprecedented, to go into a military fort with thousands of soldiers and others, and to come in with 152 planes going every which way, and very rapid speeds, and helicopters, and to come out with no deaths and the loss of no equipment. It was pretty amazing. Nobody's seen anything like it. I was called by the leaders of numerous countries. I won't go into which ones, but the biggest and the strongest, and they said that was very impressive. They were all impressed. But today I'm delighted to welcome almost 24 of the biggest and most respected oil and gas executives in the world to the White House. It's an honor to be with them. We have many others that were not able to get in. I said if we had a ballroom, we'd have over 1,000 people. Everybody wanted. I never knew your industry was that big. I never knew you had that many people in your industry. But here we are. And if you, in fact, if you look, come to think of it, well, I got to look at this myself. Wow. What a view. This is the door to the ballroom. What a job. Unusual time to look, but I think we might as well do it. If the fake news would like to go back and take a look, you can, but you'll see a very big foundation that's moving. We're ahead of schedule in the ballroom and under budget. It's going to be, I don't think there'll be anything like it in the world, actually. I think it's going to be the best. We went from, this is, as you know, our biggest room, which would seat 100 for dinner, maybe. If you're lucky, if you're nice and tight. And the ballroom will seat many. And it'll also take care of the inauguration with bulletproof glass, drone-proof ceilings, and everything else, unfortunately, that today you need. So we're going to discuss how these great American companies can help rapidly rebuild Venezuela's dilapidated oil industry and bring millions of barrels of oil production to benefit the United States, the people of Venezuela, and the entire world. And yesterday, the number is 30 million barrels. I can't even, is that a correct number? 30 million barrels. You hear that, Peter? Of oil was given to us by Venezuela. That's a lot of oil. It's about $4 billion worth, and it's on its way to the United States right now. And we want to thank Venezuela for that. And we're working very well with them, obviously, or they wouldn't have been so generous. But they respect us again. They didn't respect us at all before. So that's money that goes to the United States. Some will go to Venezuela. And some will go to the oil companies, but not that, because that's already been extracted. So you're not getting any of that. But when you start extracting, you'll get. But it's tremendous reserves. Among the biggest in the world. Some people say it is the biggest in the world. And we're going to be working with Venezuela. We're going to be making the decision as to which oil companies are going to go in, that we're going to allow to go in. We're going to cut a deal with the companies. We'll probably do that today or very shortly thereafter with Chris and Doug. And we're dealing with the country, so we're empowered to make that deal. And you'll have total safety, total security. One of the reasons you couldn't go in is you had no guarantees, you had no security, but now you have total security. It's a whole different Venezuela, and Venezuela is going to be very successful. And the people of the United States are going to be big beneficiaries because we're going to be extracting, numbers of, in terms of oil, like, few people have ever seen, actually. So you're dealing with us directly. You're not dealing with Venezuela at all. We don't want you to deal with Venezuela. Let me thank Vice President J.D. Vance, who's doing a fantastic job. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, likewise, a fantastic job. I have good people. I like them better than my first group. But we had a great, despite that, we had a great first term. We had some great people there, too, by the way. But we had a great first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in the first term, but this is blowing it away. And you haven't seen anything yet. Everyone's been shocked by the numbers, 5.4% GDP. And that's despite the fact that we were badly hurt by the Democrat shutdown, of which they'd like to see if they could shut it down again. Secretary of the Interior Doug Burgum was fantastic. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, recommended by Doug as being the greatest oil man anywhere in the world, because I wanted Doug for that job, energy, and Doug said, no, sir, there's a man named Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? He said he's the most talented oil man anywhere in the world. I doubt you can get him, because typically oil men make a lot of money, and women. They make a lot of money, but Chris came. You took one of the greatest salary cuts probably in history, Chris, right? But he's a fantastic person, loves our country, and many other important members of this team. And I want to thank them for their efforts. As you know, last week the United States Armed Forces performed one of the most spectacular military operations in American history, apprehending the outlawed dictator Nicolas Maduro for his crimes against the United States, crimes for which he has now been indicted and is in federal court awaiting trial. And he killed many people, millions of people, actually, and allowed jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, drug dealers, drug addicts to pour into our country totally unchecked because of Sleepy Joe Biden's policy of open borders, the stupidest thing I've ever seen. We're getting them all out. The departure of Maduro makes it possible an incredible future for both nations, Venezuela and the United States, in which we will more closely integrate the economies of two major energy powers in the Western Hemisphere. Energy coming out of Venezuela was very small. One of the things the United States gets out of this will be even lower energy prices. We have people now getting gasoline for $1.99, $1.96, $1.95, $1.92 yesterday, somebody. And it used to be $3.50, $4, $5 a gallon. Think of that, $1.99. Decades ago, the United States built Venezuela's oil industry at tremendous expense with American skill, technology, know-how, and dollars. But those assets were stolen from us, and we had presidents who did nothing about it. This president is much different than your other presidents. They did nothing about it. They stole it. Some of the people in this room were a little bit younger when that happened, but not that much younger. It wasn't that long ago. But they stole our assets like we were babies, and the United States did absolutely nothing about it. So now we're doing everything about it. Now we're doing 500% about it, but it's a long time after the act took place. So they stole from us, and it was taken by socialists and communists at the time, and Venezuela was going bad, really bad. And as much oil as they have, they're producing almost nothing, which is just a system. So we're really, if you look at it, we're taking back what was taken from us. They took our oil industry. We built that entire oil industry. Started a long time ago, but they took it, and they were very ungracious to this country. But now they're being very nice. American companies will have the opportunity to rebuild Venezuela's rotting energy infrastructure and eventually increase oil production to levels never, ever seen before. When you add Venezuela and the United States together, we have 55% of the oil in the world. The United States is number one. We have them drilling. Drill, baby, drill was my campaign. And Doug and Chris, I think we're setting records on drilling right now and taking oil without Venezuela. That's how we're getting the oil prices down. The plan is for them to spend, meaning our giant oil companies will be spending at least $100 billion of their money, not the government's money. They don't need government money. But they need government protection and need government security that when they spend all this money, it's going to be there so they get their money back and make a very nice return. The plan is for them to spend at least $100 billion to rebuild the capacity and the infrastructure necessary. Venezuela has also agreed that the United States will immediately begin refining and selling up to 50 million barrels of Venezuelan crude oil, which will continue indefinitely. We're all set to do it. We have the refining capacity. It was actually based very much on the Venezuelan oil, which is a heavy oil, very good oil, great oil. It's fantastic for certain things like asphalt roads, best there is in the world for asphalt roads and other things. All of the companies here today are going to be treasured partners in bringing the nation of Venezuela back to life, restoring its economy, and generating great wealth for their companies and for their people, and also great wealth for the American people, and tremendous wealth for the companies that are going in. The companies that are going in, and if you don't want to go in, just let me know, because I got 25 people that aren't here today that are willing to take your place. So I just want to thank, these are people that I either know or I know of by reading lots of business magazines and journals and papers. These are the greatest oil people anywhere in the world. Harold Hamm, I see, is here. Harold, you know, there's a story about Harold Hamm that he can look at a piece of land, put a straw into the land, and oil pours out. Is that true about you? Whereas some of you guys have to invest hundreds of millions of dollars to find that oil, so we can't let that story be true. But they say Harold puts a straw into the land, and oil comes gushing out. So you're not a big R&D person, are you, huh? He's called Instinct for Oil. Now, he's got other problems, but we won't talk about those problems. But he's been a great supporter of mine for a long time, haven't you, Harold? So congratulations. But we have, and I think Harold would agree, we have the greatest oil men and women anywhere in the world sitting in this room right now. And we have a lot of people that will be back to see us sometime next week. We're going to have another meeting for another group. But we're going to do this very quickly. We can have this done almost immediately. So I'd like to thank you all for being here. I'd like to invite Vice President Vance to say a few words, followed by Secretaries Rubio, Burgum, and Wright. And then we'll have a few words from representatives that are here and to discuss their ideas, a couple of them. We have Chevron, which has been, where's Chevron? Where are you? Yeah, far right.
No, I thought you'd have a better location. You were the only one that was there for all that. I used to call you and say, what the hell is going on with Venezuela? He stuck it out. I don't know if you made money or not, but you stuck it out. I got to give you a lot of credit for that. Mark Nelson, thank you very much. Exxon CEO Darren Woods. Darren, thank you very much. How's Exxon doing? Okay? All right, thank you very much. They'll do a lot better now, won't they, huh? Exxon's been amazing. It's been an amazing company. And ConocoPhillips CEO Ryan Lance, thank you very much. So you guys could say something, and then we'll take some questions from the press. And if anybody else would like to speak, we'll have you speak. We have all the time in the world. This is a big subject. This is massive wealth. And more importantly than massive wealth, it leads to lower taxes and a lot of jobs for Americans and for Venezuelans, but for Americans in this case. And I just, again, appreciate you all being here. And I'd like to ask JD to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks to everybody for being here. You know, as a Marine Corps veteran for my entire lifetime, presidents, and let's be honest, they were Democrats and Republicans, would send the American military to far-off places. They would get us involved in these endless quagmires. They would lose hundreds or thousands of American lives, and the American people would get nothing out of these misadventures. And now you have an American president who's empowered the American military to stop the flow of drugs into our country and to ensure that we, as opposed to our adversaries, control one of the great energy reserves that exist anywhere in the entire world. And he did it without losing a single American life in the process. It was an amazing operation. It's going to make our country richer. It's going to make our country more powerful. It's going to make our country safer. And it's going to lead to the decline, the further decline of drug overdose deaths in the United States of America. An amazing thing, and I'm happy to be here to talk about how we can make it an even bigger and better operation for the American people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think this is a reminder that everything this president does, everything President Trump does, is with the American people in mind. It was not in the national interest or national security of the United States and of our people to have in our own hemisphere a country, not just with vast energy reserves, but controlled by an indicted narco trafficker who flooded our country with illegal immigration, including drug gang members, openly cooperated with drug gangs, and by the way, stole the wealth of that country to fund a repressive regime and also benefit adversaries such as Iran. All of that is now changing. As part of this process, the first phase, of course, is the phase we're in now, which is the stabilization phase. We do not want to see destabilization in the country. We're working very cooperatively with the interim authorities there to provide a market for the sale of the wealth of Venezuela in such a way that benefits the people, both of the United States, but also the people of Venezuela. And as a reminder to everyone, the president announced this just 2 days ago. Every penny, everything they buy with the money that they're making from the oil now, Mr. President, will be bought from America. And that includes everything from equipment for the oil industry to food to medicine and everything in between. The second will be a phase of recovery, and then some of these phases will interlap, and that is to have a normal economy again where the money goes to the benefit of people, not the benefit of our adversaries or the benefit of elements in that country and around the world that are against our interests, at the same time as a process of reconciliation has to happen internally among the different sectors of society and politics and the like. And finally, the third phase, which is the most important of the three, is when the country fully transitions into a normal country that we have strong economic and diplomatic and relations with, that is friendly towards the United States, that's not a foothold for our adversaries, that serves our interests, but also the interests of the people. It'll be a country that is wealthy, a country that is prosperous for the people, not for a handful of criminals, but also a country that is supportive of our interests in the region and throughout the world. And we thank you, Mr. President, and the team you've assembled that have brought us to this point. A lot of work remains, important work, but this is historic.
Okay. Thank you very much. Doug?
Well, Mr. President, I want to thank you for your leadership, not just as president, but as commander-in-chief. The boldness, the execution, the breathtakingly precise work that you've delivered both in Iran back in June and here has changed the field for the whole world. And you always ran about the idea of peace and prosperity. And in Venezuela, as you know, this was a playground for every bad actor in the world. We had Russians or Iran, terror groups, all of them profiting from this criminal organization that was pretending to run the country. That makes America safer. You've secured the border, we're stopping the flow of drugs, and now with the normalization of relationships on an economic basis, it's going to mean tremendously for the prosperity of the American people. So I just want to say again, congratulations to you and to the entire leadership team. It's been an amazing, historic week on the scale of things that we haven't seen perhaps for 125 years in terms of the U.S. Exerting its influence over Latin America in a way that's going to make a change for generations. And on behalf of all the oil executives that are here today, Chris and I want to say thank you to all of you. It's your technology, your innovation that has put America in the place where today we are the most energy dominant country in the world. And that position is what's allowed us to take the action that we're taking with statecraft, with military action. None of that would happen if we were dependent on everybody else for energy. So you're a big part of the reason that we're able to move the way we are today, and we're grateful that you're here to be part of the solution going forward.
Thank you, Doug, and you are doing a fantastic job, and we appreciate it. Everybody appreciates it. They know who's doing well. Chris Wright?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, what we've seen in the last week is leadership matters and credibility matters. Venezuelan oil has been sanctioned for many years, and the oil just flew, those sanctions were not enforced. That oil just floated out to trafficked by bad actors of the world. The resources weren't gone to a central place. The corruption and decline of Venezuela has been a crisis for the people of Venezuela, and as Secretary Rubio said, massive spillover effects in the United States, in crime, in drugs, in kidnappings, and in taking a huge resource base and making it not exploited, not developed. The whole world is a poorer, less opportunity-rich place because of that. When you have materials underground, they've been underground for 1 million years. That does not make them a resource. That does not make them valuable for your country, your people, or the world. They only become a resource with technology, with capital, with rule of law, and a system of governance that encourages the harvesting of those resources to make the better world. And we see here the dramatic contrast between the United States, which may have less oil underground than Venezuela. We have 20 times the production of Venezuela, 20 times the impact of human betterment, massively better quality of living here in the United States. That was at risk under the last administration. We've seen a lot of attacks on the energy that makes the world go round. President Trump's election has removed those risks, has embraced reality about how the world is energized, and we are record production of oil in the United States, record production in natural gas in the United States. We've seen a meaningful decline in gasoline prices, diesel prices, travel prices because of jet fuel. And now President Trump is taking the genius of a different way to try to solve a 25-year festering problem in Venezuela, that all the traditional things have not worked, but ordering both a tremendous military operation to remove the heads of a criminal organization masquerading as a government, and then to use the power of our military, not to fire bullets, but to stop the flow of Venezuelan oil to the world, immediately gave us leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela and has allowed us to be in this position today where the actions of this government can massively improve Venezuela for the better, and the bigger impact is to massively improve the quality of life, affordability, safety, and security of the United States. Very proud to be here. And we'll turn it over to Mark Nelson, who's the vice chairman of Chevron. Chevron has been in Venezuela for over 100 years, continuously. Mike Wirth, the CEO, had a knee replacement recently. He's not here. Mark is a tremendous leader in our industry, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Secretary Wright. Again, I'll send Mike Wirth's regrets. He really wanted to be here, Mr. President.
Great guy.
On his behalf, I have 3 very quick thank yous and an assurance I'd like to provide you all. The first thank you, Mr. President, is to you. It's thank you for convening this gathering. It's thank you for your leadership, and thank you for continuing to keep American energy domination in the forefront. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
The second thank you actually is to the cabinet. So Secretary Rubio, Secretary Berg, and Secretary Wright, your ability and commitment to continue to engage with the parties around the table to keep the world working is greatly appreciated. So thank you for that. And the final thank you actually would go to our Venezuelan employees of Chevron. They have been working tirelessly to operate safely, protect the environment in country, and their dedication and skill will help us in this next chapter. And finally, I'll close with the assurance. For more than a century, Chevron has been a part of Venezuela's past. We are certainly committed to its present, and we very much look forward as a proud American company to help it build a better future. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership.
And you really suffered there. You stuck it out. A lot of people left. A lot of big companies left. Many of the people sitting at this table left because of the safety risk and other risks. But you stuck it out. I give you credit for that. Sometimes it was hard. I remember 6 months ago I told you to stay, just stay. Things are going to happen. You'll be very happy. I didn't know they were going to happen this fast or this conclusively. One thing I think everyone has to know is that if we didn't do this, China or Russia would have done it. And if China or Russia were a next-door neighbor, because essentially this is not around the other parts of the world so far away where you fly in an airplane for 24 hours before you get there. This is